'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing real flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing. We stay where the music plays, let it stop below, where the people sway.
The fact that they came up over the hill from arguably the worst position and take out two teams pretty much, that is insane. I mean, that should never be allowed to happen. It's a really, really great effort by FaZe staying alive there. James in the meantime peeks with Mexi, gets the kill. Great shots coming in. Mexi finds one more. All of pull-up dismantled in a matter of seconds. Liquid stay alive, but again, they're not inside the new circle either. Look at this, Navias. All eyes on this. 8Z will pull. No rest will come in. Bus FaZe trying to make run forward. Has a position, but no. Lewis there to throw the nade. One more nade will be coming in immediately after. That should be Bus FaZe down. Ghost down to no.
No, going to get confirmed out. Yesenia does find Spiro, so that's Northern Lights out in 4th place. Whether or not Anyway's going to be able to deal with the last member of DA, nope, they will get themselves a 2nd place. Na'Vi 10 kills now, and here comes the W key. They know exactly where this last man is. He's been there directly opposite them for the longest time. The volley actually goes in, it's good. Is he going to try and deny with his own volley? Which one will catch it first? Pick up the kill credit. Again, I'm surprised they made it that far down the road, to be honest with you, but they're held at the final hurdle. Marco.
Of course, Marco did an episode 1v3 with Iron Sights 2 days ago. So you never know what to expect with Tralius. Good angle there, even better angle. But Slash finds 1.2, but Tralius finds the 3rd, and that's gonna be all of them. No, there's still one alive. Noki trying to stay put, the perfect crossfire set up by DA, absolutely controlling to force them away. Best of luck is trying to trap forward. Knows there's people in front. Gonna try to let the blue deal with it, but no, it's gonna be DA. They're striking once more. 12 kills for them so far, and they have a chance to push on this one. Cold Marco finds Fancy. It's just Creator left alive. He's gonna get the first one, but there's still 3 more Turkish players to deal with. This is going to be absolutely horrible. Flashes being thrown, everything being thrown forward. DA are storming in. They want the kills, and they are gonna get them. You don't have a vest anymore. It's greedy. If you go any further forward, I think that's why he knows. Like, he knows that that's where the line is is actually drawn. He cannot be further forward. Not for now, mate. Shots there to the fight. He's gonna fall. The lack of fist is not gonna grant you any favors when you go up against the barrel. Mert finds AC as well, and just like that, he really needs to play his cards right in order to be able to gain like a. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can just do that. Drakaris, down he goes, throws some mollies, get it secured. They hurt them. They're looking for him, but it ain't gonna happen. They're gonna deny the point. Makes sense. They're both fighting for good spots here.
Just staring that way, but you should be able to reset before this circle closed out. That looks like a decent nade. They have backed away from the vehicle.
He had the time. The time was there to get the rest, but I guess he didn't dare. I mean, which I completely understand, because I would have thought Navi to push aggressively. Available. Mexi is gonna fall. He did find Vesterlock, but it's gonna be enough. I don't think so. Orange pushing forward aggressively. There's the UMP. James does not have a vest or a helmet, and yet the UMP stands strong. But for how long? Not that long at all. There's the lockdown. He's got to know now. He's got to. Yep, he sold ahead. He sold ahead. There's an attack coming in there as well. 17 HP for Spirit, trying to make the run forward. No vest for either of the two. Look at the ammo count as well. There's nothing to work with. Vesterlock has it on lockdown, and they get themselves.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god, is Uber chasing a doozy
Is
here?
he chasing him without a helmet or vest? Does the doozy have a gun yet? He did have something.
Oh no, dude. Oh, he didn't get the barrel.
Yeah, he didn't get it. Texas Rangers trying to stay put. Rotate on forward. Oh my god, there's a DPS, and it's coming. They're that's too sure not to. They have to dodge closer to them. Misa needs to make a move, and nobody at this point has any utility. If he also ran over, so that's, I guess, just to add to it. Solna Boys, it's been a great game for them. 10 kills in the second place, but in the end,
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Hey, guys. Whatever you saw me say on screen, I can assure you was very interesting. Martin, Patrick, Franz, Avenger joining me here today. It is the final day of play here in Europe to determine who makes the top 16, the big show, if you will. And it's going to be a bit of a race. I'm excited to see it. Let's start off with your opening thoughts. Martin, what are you excited about?
I am not just excited, I'm ecstatic about what's going to happen around the cusp of our 16th place. You know, I think we potentially could be seeing some denying there. Yesterday I spent a few minutes on putting together a meme with a cat making a little kid stumble and fall over with Ents and Apex as two names. It was pretty good. I laughed to myself. And I think that's one of the things that Apex has to look out for today, because they have been contesting Ents' drop spot for a few times, especially in DreamHack as well. They're running around at it, and Ents is safe. They're fine. And Apex is not. And now they're playing on their last day, and they have to get something like 34 points or so to make sure that they're in. So it could be dangerous for them today. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen in that part. I think Apex will be dropping in another area. And I think we could potentially be seeing some other stuff as well.
Fascinating. Patrick, opening thoughts?
I just want to continue on that one. And we're also seeing Apex actually stealing vehicles from Liquid, or trying to steal them at least, on Erangel. And that is something I don't think that Liquid will like. And again, Liquid is sitting pretty safe as well currently, and Apex is not. So that's why you don't want to make enemies early on if you're not safe yourself, because that might mean trouble for you later on. And that's what we have right now. Of course, we still don't know who all the 16 teams are that are gonna go to the finals, but we have a few that are already safe and a few that are having the last stand right now.
We'll take a look at the standings here in just a second so that you guys can get an idea of exactly what to be. I'm going to go over some numbers for you guys real quick. Not at the top. The top is going to be a fun fight, but the reality is the money at this stage isn't there, right? They want the big show, the top 16. Right. On the bubble, realistically, threat creators are bystanders. They only need 10 points, guys. That's an easy pass. Yeah, so I hate to break it to you, Wildcats. You're going home. It really comes down to raise your edge, and in my opinion, Apex or win streak. Apex, if they perform exactly the same as last time BNC met, they will end up with 101 points and be 5 points short of passing RYE. So RYE can have some hope, but Apex needs to have a big day. Win streak, if they perform exactly as the last time BNC met, they will end with 92, 14 points short. So win streak has to have not only an amazing day, but also significantly better than Apex is put together. So we'll keep an eye on that, but I'm giving you guys a setup now. RYE and the race to stay in their spot at 16th is what's going to come down to for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to play this out, because there's so many ways. Like, if you're Apex, as an example, as Martin has said, they might be dropping somewhere else because of all this commotion going on here with what's going to happen here today. And you don't have a game to actually spare for that. You got to act straight away. You got to know straight away what is it that you're going to be doing. Yesterday, we saw Apex get, 14 points? If they get 14 points today as well, it's not going to be enough. It's not even close to be enough. So they got to step it up enormously from what they did yesterday. And yesterday, it didn't look too good, but we know that they can do better than that.
Martin, if you're Apex, you mentioned they might drop somewhere else. If they perform exactly the same as a day when they were doing their drops, when things might have been working out theoretically, and that's not enough to pass, isn't changing your drop spot a massive disadvantage in a lot of ways? Because it's not where you train.
Yeah, but I feel like with the knowledge and amount of experience that these guys have, it shouldn't be an issue at all, to be honest. Like, they have played 2 times now in Miramar where they got a total of 6 points. So is their drop even working for them is my question then, like a counter question kind of,
That's
you know?
fair.
They had a day where they got 19 points in Miramar, where they also played kind of alternatively. That was actually the last time that BNC met. They had a better day than they had when they were not contested by ends. So that's kind of the idea as well. So if let's say they decide to go Monte, right? They will have I would say a top 5 drop spot, quite a lot of space around them, and plenty of vehicles. So I would say they should be performing a bit out of that spot without even knowing their neighbors around them's timings and locations and kind of their whole rotation paths and stuff. They should be doing better just by having that location alone.
Froz, it is worth pointing out for those fans at home who are looking and saying, but wait a minute, Raise Your Edge and Wildcats both have 106 points. I don't understand why Raise Your Edge is sort of the talking point. It's because of kill points, right? You can't leave anything on the board. At the end of the day, a tie goes to the highest killer.
Exactly. The first tiebreaker we're going to have is the total amount of kills that you have. And as you can see right now, Raise Your Edge, they're sitting on 72, while Istanbul Wildcats have 69, even though they're on the same total points, which is 106 right now. And we were talking about how the cutoff would be around 120 points earlier on. But because of the few days we had, the past few days, where it's been so soaked up by the top teams of those days, that there has almost not been enough points for the bottom teams. And that's why we're seeing such a lower number than we expected.
Speaking of the top teams, let's pivot just a little bit to talk about who maybe we think is going to have a great performance today. We've seen FaZe Clan playing. They were my prediction to win the whole tournament once upon a time. I don't think that's in play anymore, Martin. At 190 with Na'Vi and Northern Lights and Digital Athletics, not only close, but having insane days, especially Na'Vi and DA yesterday. It was wild to watch them.
Yeah, it was pretty extraordinary, I would say. Like, it's rare you see such a standout performance for 2 teams in the same day in the same lobby as well. So it was really entertaining to watch. I will say at this point, like, sure, whoever wins the group stage is gonna be great. It's gonna be a fight for the top 3. But also knowing that a lot of the teams are just thinking, let's play as to the best of our ability, but also remember to try to not give too much away of how we're intending to play, and also to play a bit in a way where we can poke a bit of the other teams to either annoy them or like put them kind of off going into the grand final. So I don't want to take too much away, because we've multiple times seen, some teams do extraordinarily well in the group stages, a top 3 position sometimes, and then they end outside the top 10 in the grand final. So I think it can shift around a lot, and I think we might see this in PCS3 as well.
Well, because we like to sort of put our money where our proverbial mouth is, let's talk about predictions. Who do you think is going to come out on top today? I'm going to put my prediction as Na'Vi after, I think it was 96 points yesterday, which was absolutely bananas. I've got to pick them. I think Na'Vi is going to do the best today. And honestly, part of it is I had a conversation last night with Godspeed, who used to play for the Rumblers and some other teams once upon a time. And he said specifically, Uba is the most terrifying player I've ever played against. The amount of space that he takes up and the amount of pressure that he applies by himself is insane. And so, I think the more pros that I talk to, the more they say Uba is king. And he proved it yesterday. Martin, who's your prediction?
My prediction today is going to be Liquid. They obviously have the last play day today. They're not around the spot that they want to be. They want to have a kind of a good group stage as well. Yeah, it's just about survival, but also you want to show that you're supposed to be respected as well. And them being around the 105 point mark, plus minus, is not satisfying after this many games. I would say. I think they want to be up around in the top 5, top 8 at least once we're in the group stage. But they could be just chilling a little bit, and they don't want to show too much of some of their plans, because if you're a team that tries to innovate and try to play new kind of styles when the meta is different, then you're often a team that also gets punished for that. But still, I would say it's impressive that they're still in a good spot, because I feel like they had some very rough games against them and also had some rough situations where they managed to kind of dig their way out as well.
Patrick, prediction?
I'm gonna go with current 4th places right now. Digital Athletics. I think they're gonna be doing good today. Yesterday, of course, we saw them getting 84 points, which didn't even win them the day. They only got second.
I know, right?
And they had 2 wins as well and 2 second places, but that's not what I'm going on. I'm going on how they're playing the game right now. If they keep all 4 alive, they played so well together. And I feel like some of their macro is just on point with the rotations and stuff, that I feel like they're going to have a good day today as well.
Excellent. We're getting ready to start the game in just a few minutes here. Other questions for you guys that I think could potentially, maybe will they come into play is a better question. Is it Bystanders and Apex, and to a certain extent Win Streak, have shared drop spots with some teams? Digital Athletics backup drop is on Military next to Bystanders. I believe it is Digital. There's a couple of Digital Athletics, Apex and ENCE, for instance, butt up against each other on Miramar. Is this something where you could see, say, ENCE targeting Apex to keep them out of the final 16 because they don't want to have to deal with them? Because if you do that, I mean, that could ruin their entire day, Martin.
Yeah, that was my point here in the beginning as well. I think that's going to happen if Apex don't turn away from their loot spot as well, and I think they will be. I think they'll go like a complete nice opportunity for them would be Montenegro. Let's see if somebody else kind of have eyed that up as well. So I think it could be them, going on a third-party hunt when there's knocks on Apex as well. I think that could be very realistic as well.
Frost, do you think we're going to see some third-party hunting parties?
Yeah, because the thing is, you don't need to wipe them out straight away. What you need to do is just damage them, delay them, anything like that will buy you time, but delay them will cost them a lot. And it doesn't matter. You can shoot out their tires. You can try to hunt one of them. Not do more than that. That's all that's needed.
Well, our delay is over. It's time to get into game number 1 of the final day of PCS3 Europe. We're going to send it over to the casters on the ground. It is your tour guides, Toby and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, Steve. And yes, we are ready. 6 more games to go, Hypoc, to figure out exactly which 16 will make it through to the final. Some of them have a playing chance of qualifying themselves today. And then we have the likes of Research and, well, to some extent, the Wildcats, who are sitting home, watching, and just, I guess, maybe shaking a little bit. a little worried.
I said this yesterday. It's always horrible to not play the last day of a series, especially in this round robin, because... if you don't have a great day 2 out of the round robin stage, it's very difficult, because you've left your impression and you're basically just relying on other teams not performing, basically. So a horrible position to be in. I do want to come back to Frost makes a really good point, and we find ourselves talking about hot drops and contesting early game an awful lot. My eyes are going towards Apex and 303 right now, Toby, so just keep an eye on that.
But
Frost makes
there's
a
a
really
lot
good
of stuff
point.
going on.
Froz makes a really good point. It's not about dropping and wiping a team, messing with their vehicles, slowing their rotations. If it's an edge team, making sure they haven't got vehicles. It's just small things like that can really put a team on the back foot from the get-go. And that then becomes a constant worry that, is this the game where they drop on us? Is this the game where, they hold that building at the crossroads or some similar scenario? So it's not about just dropping and, getting kill points early game. It's stopping these teams from playing their own game.
Yeah. Well, we talked about them just before. Now we get to see them. 2-3-0-3 are in the area that Apex are in as well. Not the best weapon for a quick spray. Down one tag will come in, but that is gonna be it. And Anonymous won't find any more than that unless if he's gonna that would be fortunate, but no. Another team, while this of course is interesting because Apex are being forced away from us, but we have seen 303 land here before. A thing that I noticed on the map, which I was very surprised to see, is DA.
Yeah.
Opting to go out towards Impala. This was a very, very easy, south of Picado plane, but I think DA had a plan to go after Apex too, because Apex normally do opt to go out towards the east. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to me that DA would try and catch Windstreak in Impala, because normally Windstreak would have gone north early on in this plane. In the meantime, we have bystanders with Montenegro and El Pozo for themselves. So I'm not sure exactly what DA's plan was going into Impala, but it clearly to me was they wanted to upset somebody. They just didn't get the team there that they thought was going to go.
Yeah. And again, just it makes it very obvious because we usually talk about DA, obviously, with Liquid and Omega in the early game. And that's another one of those situations where it's not necessarily contesting directly into Tumor or Picado, but we see DA pull up, and yesterday we saw them killing Ibby? It was, as they were chasing them out of north side of Picado. So, again, it's a perfect example of what we're talking about, but I think you're absolutely right here, Toby. They were coming here expecting one thing, and they didn't get it.
No, and even more so now, they don't get the circle either, because the circle is dead center on where they normally would be going. So that's a feels bad, man, for the DA gang, but they'll be all right. As mentioned, they're already qualified. They've had themselves a really good group stage. Of course, everything's going to be reset once we make it to the finals. Everything's going to be reset. And I don't know why, but I feel like there's a certain curse these days with that if you do too well in the group stage, you tend to not perform in the finals. We saw it, way back when Tempest, they came out and stomped their group stage, and then, we barely even saw them in the finals. I believe that was in the charity showdown. We've seen it with Tornado Energy as well, them coming out and slaughtering everyone in the group stage and then not really getting things going in the finals. I'm very interested in seeing how things are going to pan on out for the teams that fare well, that do really well here in the both just overall throughout the group stage, if they're going to be able to keep the same momentum once we go into the final, because essentially you got the spot, but now we're back to zero for everyone then.
Well, it raises the question as well. Do you show your hand in group stages? If you have a strat or a compound that you want to prioritize or fight for and things like that, do you show your hand in the group stage to maybe potentially some of the teams that drop in close proximity to you, or a team that goes for a similar area of the map on a particular circle? It does beg the question of, okay, Fex has got an ump, so that's it's another TSMG day. But coming back to it, it does beg the question, do you want to kind of set that game plan that you will then reiterate for finals? Because again, it makes it easier for other teams to prep against you.
Well, it's hard to prep against Fex if he's going to be playing a UMP all day, because you can't really figure if he's going to be bringing that to the finals or not. I would be surprised, though, to see that be the case. As far as I know, guys, I've been doing my research as of late, because we have seen a scary amount of UMPs in play. I don't think it has to do with viability. I think it has to do with one of two things. A, people are trolling because of certain aspects of them maybe already being through. And B, to be fair, maybe there's that situation where they haven't found a better weapon. But I'm thinking Fex is not trying to start a new meta here. I think, if anything, maybe trying to confuse the opponents a little.
Could definitely be. It's we've seen him doing work with it, so
yeah. Fair. True.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
True that. Well, now let's see, Melman. All the eyes, all the vision, I should say, for him up from the hilltop that she's in. He's the Tornado Energy team split in a. It's not really a fun three-way split, but it's actually a very, very successful one that we just don't see done too often. With the way they have two guys on the hills and two below.
It was a similar circle yesterday that we obviously saw Na'Vi get that northwest shrink. And they got that concrete for free. So Tornado Energy kind of playing, I guess, the potential. They can spread this thin and still kind of play a central and north pop. Anything south is going to be difficult for them. And also you run the risk, I mean, taking a central compound where Quizzy is, you run that risk of, somebody coming in late that, is maybe getting desperate to find something. They might four-man crash a compound like that. And that's when these splits can get punished early on. We've seen it a couple of times with Liquid, and you can see their split as well out to the west side of Picardo. Don't think, looking at it though, I mean, nobody's really going to try and run the gauntlet through 3 or 4 teams on entry to the center of this circle.
Yeah, especially not this early on in the game. 303. Angle on, able to find Mert and DA. Can't find the knock though, so they will get to keep on driving. In the meantime, teams are kind of starting to group up in the center. In the whole triangle from Picardo down towards Jumeirah. The splits are being used to full effect for now. We'll see if they get to maintain those splits with the circle to come, because I mean, this is one of those, it can very quickly be guaranteed to go into that field with the compounds, and then if you don't have one of the compounds, you really aren't gonna be able to play a whole lot. So you'd have to see, you'd expect to see, especially on a day now where there are so many teams really needing points, you'd expect to see a lot more, I guess you can say, committed crashes earlier than what you'd normally do.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, a different word for it, maybe for some of these teams, desperation plays. I mean, this is the point now where I think there's 2 ways you can go. Play passive and do what you've been doing, but if it's not been working for you and you're not in a good position points-wise, I mean, start gambling. You've got 6 games to play with here.
Exactly. Well, for those of you guys who maybe just tuned in now as the game started, good tag there, Miracle. For those of you guys who might just have tuned in now, what we're really, I mean, of course, we all want to see the teams that go out and win the group stages, but what really is important here is, of course, making top 16, and the teams that are right now playing today, trying to earn themselves those spots, is Bystanders, Apex, and Winstreak. I'd say, unless if we see something absurd from 303 or Afterhold, I wouldn't assume either of them to qualify. But having said that, I mean, a 303 qualification would be around 50 points, 60 points would be probably them safe. We've saw 2 teams get 80 plus yesterday, so we can't call it, like, we can't say no, but
no.
Unlikely.
Yeah, and I think unlikely based on the trend that we've seen in the group stage so far. It's a tall order. I mean, 45, 50 points in a day doesn't seem like much, but you're averaging 8, 9 points a game, and some of these teams haven't even come close to that already, Toby.
Yeah, exactly. Half, if not even less.
Yeah, exactly.
But one of the teams that we'll mention in that conversation is Afterhold. They need a really, really solid day to be even close to qualifying, and well, it starts off well. They come to terms with the pull-up, and they react fast enough to get out of there. Normally, I mean, not normally, but oftentimes, to be fair, we've seen teams lose players early on because they say, oh, they're not going to crash the compound, they're just going to drive past or something. But here, they know what's at risk after all, and they bail out, and, well, they still maintain control of 2 solid spots in the center.
Impressed, actually, Na'Vi have come in this far, and I guess they've read the map very well, because they know they had all that space down to the west side of Jumeirah, but, I mean, they've been here south side of Tumor since Circle 1. This is a conversation topic we've gone over a number of times, Toby, just how much... I guess the difference in how much they commit to going into the circle, because if they have the opportunity, they've been taking it. They haven't been committing to this kind of deathmatch brawl gameplay.
No, I mean, there hasn't really been a need to. In terms of how they've been ready, if it's Na'Vi that we're talking on, they've been doing good and setting themselves up, especially in the group stages. I think that's why, I mean, yesterday, in particular, we've seen teams to just really, really be able to utilize their positions to find points without being at risk of like taking casualties themselves. And I think that's something that we praised FaZe on being good at doing it. Navi has succeeded in doing so as well, and I think it's something we're going to see a lot more teams try to focus on. So not just get that center compound, Ibro rocking the UMP there as well. Gotta love it. It's something that I think more teams will try to prioritize, because it's something that I don't feel is a big plan of the like game-to-game agenda.
It's it has been interesting for me in particular, just watching the difference in Navi's decision making. And again, maybe that is a product of a really good day yesterday. Again, these guys are all very experienced, but even so, for experienced players like this, the confidence boost of having such a good day, maybe they want to flex out a little bit. Flex their muscles, Toby.
Flex, yeah, just show. And also, I mean, the thing is, even though you're qualified already, if you're an Navi and you go out and do something completely out of the ordinary, that works. I mean, then it's not one of those, oh, they're just doing something different because they qualified. Then it's like, well, but it worked, so now we don't know what to expect from them, right? So you can really you can really mess with people's minds in this. Well, one of the teams we want to keep an eyes on, and one of the teams that Martin said on the disc might be contesting one another now, because they will be fighting for spots in the finals should they both go there, is Apex and ENCE. And seems to me like Texas is caught out of position here.
That's a good nade. Yep. Rest of ENCE actually not in a position to kind of stop the push on for that flush as well, Toby, which is surprising. You can see ENCE regrouping a little bit, but I think now that the kill's been confirmed, they're maybe just going to opt to move west down the road here. Lots of movement here. You got DA, TSM, and Etiquette all making moves across this area of the map.
Everyone's trying to get a foot in the circle. Etiquette were kind of already there, and to some extent TSM were too, but now DA full speed down the hill, they're crashing up on this. And to be fair, I mean, if you're having to hold the compound with only UMPs, I would have to say the odds would be against you, even though you're the one sitting in the compound waiting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A lot of vehicles, a lot of explosions, and a lot of knocked DA players coming in.
There's Mert going as well. Smash going to pull up exactly on top of the spot that Mert just died, so not sure if he was expecting to get any different treatment here. The nade going to come through. DA will go out in 16th place.
It's gotta be so damn difficult. I remember hearing Michael talk about it when they failed to qualify with Redline in PCS3. It's gotta be so damn difficult having to try and find the calm in the chaos. And like when you're in a tournament where you're desperate and need points going your way on a final day. And you're up against all these teams that have nothing to lose. And they kind of just played for the memes, and some will chase you. We saw FaZe Clan chasing down Ray Church yesterday. Is it like what? It's got to be so damn difficult trying to beat the team to kind of hold your boat afloat in that situation.
Yeah, it has, and again, the circles have definitely been a factor in that. I mean, talking about this, like if you've not already got a position here south of where that unplayable rocks is, not expecting this to go hard south, but you can see really the difference in teams and the decision making here, and some of the ones that are still trying to get something late. I mean, Redline here pulling up. Spyro going to find a freebie on the way into the shack. Northern Lights actually split across that same position we saw Fenerbahce in the other day in a similar circle. But again, if you just look at where these teams are set up now, and Redline's trying to come in at this stage to find something, everybody's already playing the next circle type because they know where it's going.
Yeah, they all expect it to come straight south, and well, it should. I'll see Apex up on the side too. Spiro's trying to get some tags across as well. Redline will fall. Redline, a team that's again already qualified, sitting in 8th place coming into this one. They've had a pretty good group stage. Not a stellar one, but a pretty good one. And now, I mean, one of the teams that needs something really good going here is Apex. And they are currently completely pinned out by bystanders.
Indeed. Actually, kind of just only cutting. Good shot actually getting pulled up on here. This is ENCE. Rustamar going to fall on the way in. Diggory getting a little bit of damage onto him, but it's just him and Squeaky. Squeaky falls elsewhere in the background. Vard going to find that one. Grag steals it away. So Gusha now finds himself in the 1v1 with Diggory.
I love this. I'm pretty... Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Diggory. Oh, spots him. Damage done. Ooh, can't fight the kill. Goose Falls, I'm pretty sure I just saw Iroh swap his mini for a Winchester, by the way. Speaking of some teams taking it very seriously and some teams not doing
for a couple
that.
of minutes.
God damn it. God damn it. It's gotta be tough. It's gotta be real damn tough after all, trying to stay alive here. Making the way forward. There's a Winchester. Oh, Iroh actually. Solid tag onto Etiquette.
He wants to get into the highlight package. I guess Miraku couldn't find an Umpor Vector because he's running the barrel.
Yeah. Not try-harding enough, I guess, when it all comes down to it. Someone's got to be the mature guy, you know? Either way, Intense. He's going to fall. More shots coming in. Can't find any more, though. Intense goes down. That's Apex losing one early on. Now, in the meantime, Win Streak and Pull Up having a fight over in the compound. Ival goes down as well. Apex forced to just smack a sender, and it's not working for them. Calvin's vehicle stays alive, but the speed is already out of it, and he's going to fall. Apex in trouble, to say the least.
In this situation, Pull Up were playing the high ground, the unplayable area just to the north of this compound. Win Streak down at the base of it. Kemba actually going to find Vanty on the way in. The Wanderer has fallen, so Win Streak got to be careful if they don't want to lose anybody in this fray down the compound. Creator's still low HP, is he? I thought he was sticking to first acre, but he's only sticking it now. They're going to get the audio cue on that. Kemba right the other side of the wall to him. Vanty going to bleed out. Creator's going to slip out the backside here. He's going to try and get the nade onto Wanderer. Confirm that one out. Unfortunately, if it gets him. Actually doesn't, so they might still be able to get the Wanderer up. Yeah, Kemba's going to go straight for that res.
Yep, gets him behind the box too, so it's an energy can't get eyes on. Smart play on their part. Win Streak will keep all four alive. And again, I mean, while the amount of points they need to obtain today seems like a tall order, if you look at the individual capabilities on that team, and you look at what they've accomplished before, they are very capable of going out and getting 60 points in a day. It's just a matter of having all the pieces to the puzzle being lined up when they need them to. And now let's see the TSM Winchester UMP push. Is it going to come in, or are they going to stay on their side?
Yeah, to get still holding on to this. That nade from Vard could be perfect if it goes down into that dip. I don't think Forever or Kepler is prone. They'll do a lot of damage. Luckily, a little bit of damage mitigated. Molly goes into the shack, but I think he's on the other side of that. Is that still going to catch him? No, he did. What? Sorry, he's using the 1911 as well. Vex
well, I mean, you might as well. You might as well see if you can get some kills with a pistol now that you had it. Why are you trolling so hard, Fix? Why are you trolling so hard? I mean, I guess the only way you can get those kills is if the opponents can't see him. That's fair enough. This is just become a flashbang war. Yeah, exactly. Pushing forward with this press pistol. Yeah, ain't gonna work. I'm glad to see him punished for that one. He will get 2 kills, though. The nades were there while nothing else was. Etiquette will fall. Miraku with the barrel. Okay, so they had UMPs and Winchesters, but it was the barrels and the nades that did all the damage. I guess that makes a fair point. Now comes Vard. Trying to take the fight to Simsy. No helmet left for Simsy. That's a rather unfortunate situation to be found in. Oh no, here comes
especially when there's a couple of barrels of water. Look at that.
Oh no, oh no.
What?
No, he's out of ammo. Oh, that's so unfortunate. In the meantime, Miraku with the barrel gets them doubled down. Miraku will fall in the meantime to James. Tough for him. Rest might be possible, but no, as I say that, Vasco finds the flush on him. Wait, how in the universe do you see anyone through that smoke?
RV taking casualties over here. Got to get some smoke covered down. Bystanders putting in shots from behind. York going to confirm one out. Again, similar position than we saw bystanders do in a similar circle here. See, Na'Vi kind of pushed against the edge here by the 2-2 split. The rest of bystanders all the way west down this road. It's going to be difficult for Na'Vi to hold on to this before the circle closes in, because Northern Lights are trying to pressure him. Although Lou has fallen at the shack, we know that the other half of Northern Lights is already set up in the field.
This would be extremely long range. Throw coming in here in order to defeat. Na'Vi down to just 2 players, Orange and Senya, only really with smokes and their vehicles for cover. Not the best position to be found, but I gotta say, I mean, I'm loving this bystander split. As you said, we saw them play on this side of the circle previously as well, but issue being now, if they start taking damage, which they just did, Flammy went down, that two-way split is extremely thin. Like, they're sitting real damn wide, so hard to really help out one another if they're pinned across from one another. Well, 3 of 3 will fall. Kills will come in favor for win streak. So again, win streak. In times of desperation, they find kills.
Yeah, and actually, it's Tornado Energy that are now pressuring bystanders. Example was actually taking shots towards Yort and Yellow. Melman flexed all the way out towards the shack, and now they've got to come over and regroup. Over on the west side of this split, Aaliyah, Quizzy, and Example going to be tasked with holding down this compound for the time being. But it was Aaliyah that actually pushed up to the roadside and got the initial knock on Flammy. So they are fully aware that they were split, and they're now going to obviously read the reposition to regroup.
I love how you thought they came over to help. They only came because they saw a crate land right behind their teammates, didn't they?
Sure.
Nah. It's like, great. Hi guys, you're here too. Oh, you're not? Oh, we'll get you in a moment. Let me just check what's in the crate first. Let's see. Well, Orange and Sen, yep. It's a tough task getting out of here. Oh, good nade though. On the first Wonder. Get that win streak continuing to rack up points, and now up close here. James solid double comes in. Wanderers there though, finding knocks again. Gotta say, I mean, we're early on in the game to some extent. We're really not, but I mean, win streak, they're closing in on what I think should be 10 kills.
Indeed, and it's absolutely the start that they want. Bystanders do deal with the last remnants of Na'Vi. That Molly didn't actually go. It's not going to spread inside. Vasco will survive for the time being, but lots of damage coming into on Perfectix and Batulins. That Molly's even better. It's going to catch him for the second or third tick. It might actually be Vasco done for here if that nade's any good. It is indeed. Perfectix going to put Omican out in 6th place. We're down to 5 teams now, and lots of space over on the west side. Bystanders did relocate over to Na'Vi. Or sorry, Na'Vi's previous position, dealt with them. So that will give them a good foothold over on the south side.
Bystanders 4 alive still, of course. I mean, not qualified yet. They need good games too. And, well, if you can go out and win the first one and qualify with 5 games to go, that's going to be saying, whew, thank God. Now we got that over with. And then we can just play the rest of the games calm. Imagine if they start the first 3 games with 1 or 2 points, they'd all of a sudden be sweating a little more. But seems to them they're off to a good start here. They find the double towards Na'Vi. Aaliyah now trying to wrap around, get some vision maybe from the shack there. Pretty much the only position they can really flex into.
Yeah, again, I like Tornado Energy using this opportunity with all the space they have got, but Beamy's actually going to find Aaliyah. That was Aaliyah flexing out from the compound to try and get some more control. Kemba actually going to steal that one away from Bystanders. So 2 teams that need the points actually stealing them off one another here. Beamy sending some shots with the MK that direction. Good circle pop for both Tornado Energy and Bystanders. Liquid have to clear through the remnants of Northern Lights. And obviously, Northern Lights not getting pressured right now would imply they can play from that spot, or maybe play the backside of the ridge and take this fight onto Bystanders.
Yeah, I think the question here, I mean, if you look at win streak, is the question's got to be, when do you make the push on towards Tornado Energy? Like, there's no other play to make an example. That's just brutal. There's such a narrow angle too. It's really damn difficult to get anything going in return. Kemba needs to prone down. They threw the smokes. They were ready for it, and unfortunately the timing just ain't there. Do they have vehicles? Do they have any vehicles they can actually use? I'm not sure that they do. Sambo wants to get the kill. He's getting aggressive on this, standing on the balcony there, on the railing of the balcony. There is a vehicle. I don't know if there's any tires to be used. Yes, there is. You gotta go. You gotta aggress in that compound. You gotta do it now. Circle's pushing in, and you can see both Quiz and Example ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, but I'm losing that, taking casualties now. He's in a position. This is pretty much a one and done spot. So Example really needs to be the one that helps out with this push here. The flash is good. They're going to come through. They're going to swing. Offspring finds Quizzy. First example now. He needs to try and get something done from this long building on the balcony. Does take a headshot. He's going to fall down to the ground floor, but Winstreak getting access to the compound. And actually, Liquid used this opportunity, this timing, to get pretty much a central position here.
It bounced off Batulin's head. I love it. Wow, that was picture perfect grenade throw forward there. Somehow, though, Batulins is still alive in all of this. I say that now. Nope. Remains that way. 4 nades, 5 nades. Will we get a 6th explosion? Yes, we will. Dude. And Batulins is still alive.
He just survived like 4 back-to-back nades. That's actually crazy. Liquid, as I said, able to take control of this central ridge. Really, really well-timed reposition by them. Example, still got to deal with Winstreak, but you can see on the map all 3 player icons from Liquid facing that way. Beamy's actually going to come up, flex onto it. He's going to find Clib. That might be the go signal for bystanders to take this fight. He's going to take a little bit of damage in response. Liquid have to play this right to try and reset here.
It's a greedy play from bystanders, but a really smart one at that. They knew that Liquid were looking north way, and Beamy gets the push north. That's a result of it. Smart play there. Clip those full. The rest should be coming in. Off string. Low on HP with Kemba being... yep, he's going to get back up. Example is really doing... Oh my lord! Amazing work from Example as a solo player trying to, well, prevent Offstring and Winstreak from really doing anything here. To be fair, it's a matter of whether they get 5th or 4th, I would think, looking at the circle going east. I mean, if they can get just one more placement here, and you see Batulins, he's alive as well. Just a matter, if they can deal with Example, they can start playing. Right now, there's nothing they can do before he's gone.
I think actually Example has the advantage here. He's ever so slightly closer, which means Winstreak do have to move a little bit earlier than him. Down to 15 HP. He's only got bandages, so he's going to have to just take this challenge here. A little bit of damage. Going to get another knock, actually, onto Offstring, and that's actually huge considering the task ahead of them.
They get it. They stay alive. Keep in mind, I mean, Winstreak came off to a tough start. They got hot dropped by DA. Again, whether DA wanted to do it or not, it's a question. I do feel like I recall Winstreak actually hot dropping DA before to try and prevent them from qualifying. And here we go. Well, Winstreak didn't want to give away any points. Understand that. Bystanders haven't qualified yet. Liquid has, but let's see this one go down to the finals. Patulin stays alive. James falls as well. Oh my lord, they're starting to fall apart for Liquid. This one should have bystanders written all over it. With the amount of players they have alive at this point in time. EB looks over, down to 11 HP. Batulins again as a solo player, doing a ton of damage towards Liquid.
And actually there, yeah, Liquid going to fall in 3rd, so Batulins being the one to open things up for bystanders here. Batulins actually going to find 2 knocks. Yellow and Beamy fall. He's going to go for the 3rd. He doesn't find it. Oh my god, he landed the headshot there as well. Batulins. Absolutely insane effort from him. Dude, if he'd have got that...
he just unleashed.
If he'd have got that 3rd knock, there's a chance. I mean, he would have had a little bit more time to kind of focus on that final kill. I mean, he could have easily taken that.
Imagine that 1v4. A tree is all he had for cover. I want to say, had the blue been like 3 seconds more out, he would have had a valid chance in making that push there. Holy cow. Wow, Batulins, nice try there. Let's hop back to the desk after a wild and wonky first game and see what they're looking on this.
Hey guys, welcome back. That was an interesting first match and very fun ending. I've got some very difficult questions I'm going to throw at you, Martin and Patrick, after we get through the highlights about sort of specifically Winstreak's decisions there at the end of the game, because I just can't wrap my head around that in particular. But first, let's talk about the win, Martin. Start us off with bystanders. They've done it. Top 16.
Yeah, with this one, they are going to be pushing themselves into a fantastic spot. Obviously qualified already. Fantastic for them, to be honest. This, in the end here, that headshot in the end. Imagine if he had made that. That would have been insane. Batson is a fantastic player. But going to the win streak one, are they thinking that bystanders was not going to qualify today and they wanted to deny those points from them? Doubt it.
That's all I can think about, Patrick.
Yeah.
I think they just they screwed that up a little bit and miscalculated on the blue and the timing, to be honest. Probably no one was paying attention to it fully when someone should have done that, and they just went with it, and then like, oh, the blue is on us, and they just died to it. Honestly, that's
we'll come back. We'll
what
come
I
back
can
to it in
see.
a minute because yeah, that was unique. Let's talk about the highlights. Oh, sad panda, Apex, rough day.
Yeah, so Apex had a rough one here. They started off with taking Tixu down, a fight that I think we're going to be seeing, or a matchup I think we're going to be seeing for the remainder of the day as well. And they came late to the circle, decided to send it in eventually, and had a rough one for them. Got 1 point though, but they need a higher average. They need from now on, they need a 6 points per game average, or higher actually. 7 in one of them because they need a bit more points than that. But overall, kind of the guys say wonky, I say it was a bit of a bonky maybe actually. Bonkers. This whole area here, that triangle coming out from Picado that is kind of surrounded by the road, that is basically the only area you want to be in. But we've seen bystanders win from this position before, have good games at least from this position before, where they're the last guys playing on the roadside, taking high ground and just playing from there. And I really enjoy how they were able to play that.
Yeah, playing the high ground there is really good, but you also gotta wait for the right moment, because if you go there too early, you're just gonna be caught from the north side or the south or behind you from the west. But they had really good timing on playing that, and they played that really well. Another team that played their position really well, I'd say, is NLT and how they were playing the dip. They had 2 guys in the dip. I think it was Batulin and Perfectus. And then they had the other 2 playing the shack. You have so much control over there. It's a high chance that someone will crash towards the shack. But if you can control that, you're gonna get a lot of kills, and it's all about catching the guys who are crashing you early on, making sure you get that initial knock straight away. Win Streak, on the other hand, we saw him actually dropping out on the east side of the map, going for a wide rotation on the north, and then coming in from the west side. A good rotation, but I mean, they did pretty well in this game as well. They got themselves a lot of kills. I think it was 9 and a 4th place, which is something they really need, and they played that really well towards the end game as well. They had a little bit of a struggle against Tornado, and I mean, Example played that so well as a solo play with the 2 smokes there, denying their vision and everything, instead of just smoking himself.
No, I think we can all agree that Example is essentially the MVP for Razor Edge at the moment, because he definitely stopped Win Streak from pushing forward. They could have had a really strong look. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. Apex, who needs points today. They need to perform better than they did last time these 2 groups met. They only get 1, Martin.
Yeah, it's 1 game. They had a rough plane path for their usual drop spot, and they didn't want to contest, and so they decided to go Porto Paraiso and not take Monte. I wrote and asked them, do you have a statement to make? Why are you not going Monte? And I think they might be changing that up, because I think they were kind of afraid, and they wanted to go for a reactive drop rather. But yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing in the next one. Miracle with 6 kills, really fragging out of this one. Nice performance from him.
Yeah, great to see, of course.
Great job on the kills. Sorry, go ahead, Frost.
We saw, of course, Win Streak getting himself 13 kills in this game here, and Bystander 16 points. 2 of the teams who actually needed points to make sure that they're going to be qualifying. Bystanders, they're there now, but Win Streak still has a little way to go, and it's not 100% done yet. They still have a little bit to work on here. We can see that they're currently sitting on 77 points on a 19th place. But if they keep on doing what they did in this game, keep on playing like that, keeping everyone up, and we started working more as a team, I think, than we've seen earlier in the stages here, when they kind of tried to do more of solo plays, I feel like. Splitting up a lot, trying to push a little bit more solo. Here in this game, they're working a lot together. As a unit, they would be pushing, they would get those trades, they would peek around the corners against Tornado, not just the solo, but 2 together, making sure they can get the trade. All that kind of stuff is going to work out if they keep on doing that.
All right, overall standings up on the board, and the thing that's the most interesting to me, and I think it should be to all of you at home as well, as Win Streak, off the back of that game, pulled ahead of Apex into the pole push to try and take over that 16th spot from Raise Your Edge. We said Win Streak would have to have a really strong day, Martin. 15 more points than they got last time they played this group. That's a heck of a way to start it out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I did not expect them to start off like this. They had a pretty damn good run for this game so far. 13 points and 9 kills. That's a pretty damn good performance. That's a qualifying performance if they can continue this. Like, for a few more games of this one and then some mediocre placements with other ones and some kills, they'll be completely fine. If I was Rage Edge right now, I would be looking very like I'll be having my nails in my mouth and biting them all off. And by the time we're done with 4th game, I would probably be done with having any fingernails.
I mean, imagine the emotional roller coaster, Froz, if they saw Apex go down with only 1 point and probably sighed a brief bit of relief, and then all of a sudden, Win Streak comes over the hill and just starts clapping heads.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 ways to watch this, the games today if you Raise Your Edge. One is watching it, taking slowly but very painfully, or you don't watch it at all and you pull it off like a Band-Aid towards the end when all the games are done and see, did we make it or not?
Okay, let's do a quick poll. Okay, you both have played at the pro level. If you were at Raise Your Edge's position, would you watch or would you rip off the Band-Aid? Froz, honest answer?
You gotta watch it because you need to know what the other teams are doing. You gotta take that information into your hands because if you're making, you want to know, okay, what are they doing? I don't want to spend more time watching the VODs afterwards. I want to watch it live. I want to analyze that and see what's happening and take that into consideration and then watch some VODs afterwards.
Martin, would you watch or would you Band-Aid?
You have to watch.
You gotta watch. You gotta watch because it's terrible, but it's also kind of exciting at the same time. I imagine, right? Like, how many times have we been in? I've never been in a position to in real time see my fate unravel before me. That's got to be a pretty intense vibe. That said, though, watching the replay, I am a little more understanding of Win Streak's sort of death there at the end. Right, the blue ticked them. They were all down to less than 10%. They chose to just go down. But the reality of the situation, and it's hard to do the math on the fly, is that nobody who was still up was a threat to their ability to go forward. So even just charging as 3 with no health really doesn't have any negatives. So final thoughts before we start the next game. I'll jump to you first, Martin, and then we'll go to Froz very quickly.
Is Apex gonna jump Monte or are they not? That is my outlook on things for this one for sure.
I gotta say I like what we saw from DA. I think it was Toby who mentioned it a little bit and asking why are they dropping there. I don't think it was to contest anything, but I think it was that they want to check out a new drop spot. They have the center just southwest of Picado. We know that they know that they can contest the Liquid on that spot. That's all good because they haven't had any trouble with Liquid. It's the other way around. But for DA to try to find a new spot, this is the best practice to do that at. You have some of the best teams against you, and that's how you're going to be working most, like, you're going to know if your strategy is going to be working or not. And finding a new drop spot is something you might want to look into.
You know, you bring up a good point, and looking at the opposite side of that, Martin, there's an old saying in fighting that you never leave it to the judges, right? You finish the fight yourself. In this game, it seems like the judges are the top teams. We got some, what feels like a little bit of testing or trolling by Iro using ACP rounds, Digital Athletics trying out new things. So in a certain extent, you're leaving your fate in the hands of people who aren't taking it as seriously.
Yeah, but if you're already qualified, then you might as well fool around a little bit if you feel like the games have been rough because you maybe don't want to share some of your strategies with some of the guys. No, I think it's fine. Again, it's about being in the top 16 or not. And if you're qualified and kind of certain in that fate already, then I think it's a fun outlook on things that other people is gonna decide your fate. Yeah. And that's why you want to show up in the first 2 or 3 days of the tournament. You want to be certain at that point that you qualify.
Exactly. I had no judgment on the top lads for going out there and having some fun and trying some new things. But definitely, you can't be like the guys on the bottom are going to be frustrated, but they can't be mad. It's their own fault that they are in this situation. Apex dropped the ball, and the fact that they got hunted mercilessly in this game, It's just the way things go. But now it's time for us to go to the second match of the day as we head back to the desert with your casters, Hypoc and Toby. Obi.
Thank you so much, Steve. Eve. As we get back to Miramar once more, I am. No, that was the other one. I like how he's gone to Obi instead of doing your name. I think that's more suited. It's more suited for the audience. You just don't want to get hired again, do you? Bringing up all those things, all the bad things.
It did make me laugh. It put a smile on my face.
Yeah, because you weren't the one who was the one answering that sentence, so you had the chance to sit and laugh, and I had to try and figure out what to say. So it seems like Apex is gonna get space. I made my assumptions that DA were going for Impala to contest Apex potentially. I couldn't really make up my mind about why, but that's my thought. Now we heard Frost say that it could potentially be them trying to go for a new, or just scout the terrain and see if there's a new potential for them to go to Impala and start doing that. I actually during the game here I had from pretty, I want to say, convincing authorities
intel.
A message. I got some intel. I got some intel from reliable sources, I want to say that, and I remember it right as I was told. Win streak 1.5 tournament ago were in a, we can say, reverse position to what they are now with DA, where win streak were already guaranteed. DA had to go out and have a good day to qualify. Win streak hot dropped DA in Rosok and pretty much just kept fighting them in the blue for what seemed like no reason other than trying to eliminate DA. And I think that what we saw there was DA's revenge opportunity. I mean, it didn't really work out because they still had a 13-point game win streak. But I think that was their attempt at a revenge for. Do you remember that time when you hot dropped us in Rosok? That was that's what they were going to try and see if they could punish, which, as we saw, didn't really work out for them. But a little bit of rivalry maybe setting up. I think that's good fun.
I mean, you say it hasn't really worked, but I'm looking at win streak right now, and they've driven.
True. They have left the building
north to go, and absolutely guarantee they have an opportunity to loot. I guess. Yeah. Freely, but I mean that's the last circle you want to see when you've driven 2 kilometers north, and you're one of the first teams out of the plains. So yeah, in my eyes, the damage is done to an extent. And again, we talked about this at the start of game 1. It doesn't necessarily mean, dropping on a team and wiping them. It's dropping on them and making them switch up their game.
Stress them.
One of the objectives is definitely achieved in my eyes.
The scar has been left, and now we'll see how they what they do to heal themselves up again. So win streak, they go north up in Camp Militar. I mean, what they do normally come in from the north, they do the Copraria and stuff. So it's not the only thing to me that's really unfortunate now is that there is 303 in Al Sahar. You have Ends down north of Impala, and then you have Apex in Impala. So normally when they come into circles from the north, they come in on the more quiet side. I guess you can say the free side, but there's already limited space east of Los Leones, and I think if they come in from the east, which really is the only path in I could see them take, it's going to be a lot more clustered than what it normally would be when they were rotating in from the north like that.
Well, the other thing to consider, and we talk about the differences in Circle 1s, this one in particular, I think is one that it's difficult to come late into. So unless they get, I don't want to say a favorable Circle 2, but something that allows some movement in terms of a hard shift, and a lot of teams have to relocate. A lot of the observers are trolling us at this point. They want Frost to talk about
they
it.
Know
they
it.
Want
they
Frost
know
to
it.
talk about it.
Believe, and it will be real.
I think that's definitely a consideration to make, because this is a circle where a lot of that central kind of cluster is what we're going to see. A lot of teams are going to try and take, all of these compounds that can control the open spaces. I'm talking about this side of the road, this open field here, just to the west of Leonis, and then the south side of the road. We know it's very, very difficult to traverse if you haven't already got early positioning. So it's going to rely on. Oh, actually, Liquid going to pull up onto half of the DA split. Looks like Code Marco are going to hop in the buggy. They don't want this smoke right now.
No, they're trying to get out of there. They still have to find win streak. They're leaving. I respect that. Might as well get the hell out of there. And I mean, that opens up for I guess the other discussion of while Empty goes down of what could be done to, because I as much as it's people's own fault that they're in the position they're in terms of having to play the last stage to try and qualify, what could be done to have everyone play their best all the way through? I mean, some regions have, you know, like the group stage prize pools added as well. Is that, you think, the best way to have people try hard throughout the, like, all their 18 games?
No. I think the best way to approach group stages like this is to absolutely make sure you have the tools to nail the finals. Right now, you want to be learning the tendencies of teams to hold that thought. Oh my god,
Wait,
Iroh.
how did he not take damage from that?
Up on. Oh my goodness, he's
Oh my lord! I jumped out of my chair for a second there. I saw it happen. I saw Iroh win that 1v2, but it did not happen, and he's now dead. I saw that happen. In my mind, it had already... In my mind... Oh my god, stop it. They're already down! Stop hurting them! In my... I don't know why, but I just... I went on what do you say? Like, foreseeing mind trip there, and I saw him jump out of the vehicle and get the knock on the other side too. But no. The UMP fails to deliver again.
This is not a team that wants to be getting into it with TSM early game.
Nope.
They are going to try and recover off this. Vanti's still very low, actually, as they do make their escape back out to the north. Problem being, I'm looking to see if they turn San Martin way or they turn right and head east, because Windstreak is a team we've already talked about, and they're trying to make their way in ahead of the blue.
I like the idea of rotating west around. Again, as I said earlier, they normally loot up in La Copraria and those areas up there towards the northwest, and approaching in from there, I mean, if the circle goes anywhere east, they're completely screwed. Because they're spending so much time now transitioning towards the west to then go like vertical and then go straight down south. If the circle goes east and they're behind all these teams, it's going to be so difficult to play in, because you can only really do what other teams allow you to do. You can't crash anything because there's going to be too many teams close to one another. It's just going to be difficult. So looking at Windstreak, you can see them up towards the north there as well, driving north around San Martin right now. They need some good circles going their way in order to really get this rotation to bear fruit.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty late coming over on the east side as well. We know they were early out the plane. As expected, I mean, you can look at the map. I did say this is one that typically you get that cluster towards the center. A lot of people playing for a south shift as well here. Lots of people spread down south side of the owner. Pull up actually going to catch Windstreak as they finally make their way into the circle. Wanderer actually going to fall. So pull up. Gets, I say some value off of pulling away from that TSM fight. I'm worried about Kemba. Kemba's still got to pass this area. As Offstring and Maxizor are going to head towards San Martin.
You've got to think, at this point in the game, any team that meets you in the blue does it on purpose to try and ruin your day, right? Yep. Like, why in the universe? Like, from a Windstreak perspective, why in the bloody universe would Pull Up be sitting 4 guys there? They don't know what just happened with Pull Up and TSM, obviously. And also that west rotation we were talking about. Should have stayed on the east, guys. That's, how does anyone rotate into the circle now? You can only go through Los Leones or north around at this point, because the south is completely clustered, and teams will know this. This is... well, I had completely forgotten how horrible circles we give people. This is worse than a lot of what we've been seeing so far.
Well, the worst thing is now as well, you have to play a circle ahead, because you know that unplayable terrain is going to cause that phase 4 shift. So that has to be a consideration for these teams. And the fact that it actually cuts this far into the circle, I mean, the center of the circle is actually just unplayable terrain. So...
So good luck guessing right.
Yep, good luck.
Wow. And there's just so many bad circles in this one too. Los Leones ending, of course, we don't have to explain that one, but out towards the east too. So much terrain difference, and it's so scarce. Like, it's so open those hills there. You don't have the rocks, you don't have the trees for cover. It's just open and what do you say, like the I can't find the word for it, but either way, it's really damn difficult to find any cover on those hills, especially if the compounds below are taken control of. So, and the same story kind of goes towards the southeast too. It's really difficult to play around here. So pretty much no matter where the circle goes, anyone who aren't already inside are gonna really, really have a hard time.
Indeed, Etiquette actually pulling up at the high rise. This is over on the kind of the southeast corner of Los Leones. Then the Lost bleeding out in the concrete. Red line. We've got 2 players boxed in at that building. I guess Etiquette are going to play to hold them. Win streaks problems continue. Bystanders set up at the church, and Offstring going to lose a couple of ties there. Beamy already pushing forward to try and punish this. Got to be careful of the off angle here. Maxizor maybe just going to opt to pick up Offstring and get the hell out of here, but Beamy coming over the top. He might actually catch Offstring, but no, he gets the better of him. Headshot, instant flush, and Offstring will survive. Flammy cannot land the shots to trade that out.
Every point matters, and this is so that they just need 5 points this game to win. They need, as we said, around 9 points on average. Now, they did get the surplus in the first one with a 13-point game, but you know, like any one game you have where you fall with 2, 3, maybe even just 4 points, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, still 4 more games after this one for the day, so you definitely don't want to... I mean, I'd say you want to get it done early. If you've got 6 games, you don't want to leave it until the last 2 to kind of make up points.
Yeah.
So this is the time now where you can play a little more aggro if you want to go and hunt points. But again, if you give too much away, you're just shortening your opportunity to make that marker.
So what you're telling win streak is essentially, guys, just get 60 points in 4 games. Come on.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yep. You heard it here first, guys. How hard can it be? I mean, how hard can it be? It's just a number, 60 points. I mean, come on, man.
Avi did it. Come on.
Yeah. Easy peasy. They already had 13 in the previous one.
Exactly.
They
so
just
technically, it's only 47 now. They've got 47 left to get.
Yeah, easy. Let's see if they can get themselves a circle. Well, if there's anything going in their favor, that's it right there, because we know that the next one is going to shift down in that direction too. Win streak with just 3 left alive, trying to stay afloat here. Will they opt to stay on the edge where they are now? Are they looking a little further center? And for everyone else having to rotate south now, well, you have fun, because this is going to be damn difficult for all of you.
Just looking. Not many people are going to make a mad dash for this early on. Again, it's so difficult to read circles like this. And I don't mean reading the circle itself. I mean reading where teams are going to be positioned. Because obviously playing off that previous hard shift, you got to still gamble that there's a lot of teams clustered on the edge just waiting to see where it goes. Intense slowly climbing the hill there in that Murado. Pull up. Taking a little sniff, but... I don't fancy a win streak actually going to get themselves, I mean, like you said, fantastic shift for them. And they're going to get themselves in kind of on the opposite side, just the west side of the cave entrance, and get themselves a decent compound. But pull up, they've got to traverse this road and get themselves a bit closer.
Pull up is the drowning person trying to drag the other people down with them. Like, first they set up against Winstreak on the north, and they wrap around south. Now they almost had an ambush opportunity on Apex. Like, if we don't qualify, you don't qualify either. They're doing their best, but fortunately for Apex, they get to go past them. Here comes Bystanders, full speed forward into the city we go, and that ain't the stopping point. You need to continue driving further forward.
Yeah. I'm going to be worried about Leonis if we get many more coming. I can see Bystanders making their way south through the city. I think I'm actually going to pull up on the mosque here. Again, don't expect too much movement there, but our eyes should go towards the east because there's still a lot of teams trailing out on the east side here. Ends 303, pull up, Apex. Tornado Energy and Na'Vi to the south as well.
I just realized, is this the game where we get a cave ending? I don't think I've ever had a game end inside that cave down towards between where Winstreak and Tornado Energy are. it could very well shift down that direction. I mean, it kind of has to shift down south now, right? So, what if the game ends inside the cave? That'd be fun. Have you ever had that happen before?
Only a pub game.
Huh. That doesn't count.
Never seen a comp game.
No, that'd be fun. First for everything. Might as well be you and I to bring it, you know?
Yeah, might as well be, yeah.
SimC trying to stay alive here, finds the nade, gets it tossed straight into the face of Creator. He's gonna go down. They already lost one earlier. Benz is down, so it's just Vanty and Luke left alive, and they're in for a tough run here.
It's a cave ending.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it could very well go down there. I've never seen it before. At least not in competitive PUBG. It would be hilarious. Ending inside the cave would be fun.
Oh, God.
The thing is, everything that's not the cave is that big open hillside I talked about before, and it really isn't very easy to play around there. Like, have one team placed on top, and they can see everyone.
There's no team at that campsite. You know the one south, at the northernmost point of that high ground overlooking there. There's nobody at campsite right now. And it's difficult to get there from any of these spots. It's only really Etiquette and Redline that can get to it. So all of these teams inside Leonis right now have got to find another path.
Yeah, you can't really climb that hill with people still inside the city. They'll just shoot you in the back as you try to ascend the hills. Bystanders, they have vehicles to use. Yellow, as you can see on the map, is full speed sending it up there. That might be how you get to it. Intense finds one, prones down immediately after. Again, Apex and ends. It might not be fully on purpose and hot dropping early game on. Oh, that's a good nade right there. That is a good nade. Finds one. SimC and Apex trying to stay alive here and make their way to the grand finals, but it's not done just yet.
Fantastic wipe from them. Apex
really
absolutely
good.
Destroying Intense with a little wink as well. You see that in the webcam. Love to see it. So feeling themselves today. 4 much needed points for them to see if they can carry that momentum forwards.
Still a long journey ahead for them, though. After all, coming over the hills now as well. They're taking the fight to Luke. Calvin falls instantly. SimC out of position, needs to back off. Intense. Sparrow even gotten healed up since the last fight. Needs to try and wrap out. Tenement does fall. Kill doesn't go to Apex as much as they would have needed it. Greg and Hibako trying to stay alive here. They've got other people now too joining in on the fun. That's Etiquette from the other side.
Yeah, lots of damage going through. Intense going to put a molly in there. He's mollied the wrong smoke, unfortunately. Greg sending some utility forwards. Might be able to reset and get this res onto Calvin. I mean, 303 and Etiquette sort of defending some of these angles for them to peek over onto Apex, but Greg actually going to find SimC, and that's the player now kind of playing that off angle. 303 now. Yeah. I'm going to try and get involved. It's going to be a terrible time, and Intense has got to find this kill. He does indeed. Greg falls. Calvin going to get rezzed.
Yeah, SimC desperately needs to stay alive in that position. So damn difficult to go down and res him if he falls, but 303 now pushing forward, making things a lot more difficult. Goose falls. That's Tornado Energy from afar, and all of a sudden this east side position is, as you said, the only place teams can really rotate out of the city, has become a cluster, and it's pretty far from the center of the circle.
Yeah, lots of damage coming in from the utility. Calvin burning, but he's going to be able to survive that last tick of damage. More utility coming in, though. That's it again. They're looking to... Oh, my God. The second molly is perfect.
Right on the money. No knocks coming in so far, though. Loki will fall. And then falls as well. So pull up. Fighting off 303 down towards the south. It's going to help out Apex a little bit. But damage is still coming in. No, Calvin! The vehicle. The explosion of the nade pushed the vehicle down and knocked Calvin, and that might make for a tricky hold for them, now only being 2 guys left alive. Vectix does go down. Spiro is still here, though. Has Lou on the other side as they try to fend off against Liquid. Nice bounce. Oh, my lord. That is a Counter-Strike level nading there.
Yep. It's a set nade if I've seen one.
Pull up eliminated, and none of those fall, so a little more space to work around now if you're Apex, so the remaining players of that team. Team's trying to hold the back angle. There's still 3 guys now trying to hold them off. Flip, trying to stay put, but as you can see, nades are coming in from the hills now as well. Really not an easy situation to be in if you're Liquid. Hit, pushes around the corner, gets an angle on one. Spiro falls. James needs to get outside. Oh, Batulins is there, ready and holding the angle. James falls, just clipped now, left alive.
See if he can do any damage to Lou and Batulins as they try and get away from these oil tankers. Windstreak flexing out of their compound a little bit. They're ready to show their hand. After that favorable shift they got. TSM still caught up trying to deal with Redline. Means that Etiquette, or the 2-2, the wide 2-2 split from Etiquette is able to punish that. One player still up though. Miraku Vard both falling to the blue. One man still shooting it towards Hueth's Fex from the blue, but Clib now you can see he's waiting. Actually, no way.
So toxic. You're so toxic, Fix. You're so damn toxic. Had to get that pistol flush in there. Just because.
Love to see it.
Just because. The fact that he's picked up a pistol and
Lou's
even dedicated a red dot to it.
God.
So toxic.
Lou's got 6 first aid kits.
Yeah.
He's just gonna
Clip's got
literally
6
wait on the
bandages. So. Thing is, Clip has already passed him, and I don't think Lou knows. Now he does. Now he's going to make the run for it. 3 kills, win streak. Again, far from the goal they need to hit after every game. And now he has 9 first aids. Is he just looking for more first aids? At some point, it won't really matter anymore. Gotta give it to Apex. I mean, 8 kills already in this game. They had a really tough last game. So the fact that they're making up for it now is amazing. They have really been contested by, I want to say, the better part of half the server down here. Oh my lord, nice shot, Copri. And the fact that they're still alive with 3, very impressive. Now that might go down to 2, though. Calvin falls, should be knock number 3, maybe even 4 at this point. I've lost count. He's going to go down forever. Will be the one to get the kills. But 8 kills for Apex as we're encroaching on placement points, too. Could be a game to potentially get their mill running.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. They had 3 or 4 teams pulling up on them at the same time, so decent shift for them, but I don't think they're going to have much of that little dip to play along the roadside. Have to wait and see what they can do. Tornado Energy, meanwhile, getting another favorable shift. Na'Vi coming in from the south side. Looks like they're actually going to pressure onto Example's position here. Example trying to get back up. He does get spotted on the cross. No knock, though. So he will make it. He'll be able to regroup with the rest of his team across the road.
Nade slapped down forward. Na'Vi will try and back around. Maxis Hope falls. T-Bone's there holding the angle. Na'Vi needs to find a good angle of approach if they even want to make the crossing here. They still have enough space on their side of the circle to be able to stick around. Look at that one. Doink! Just booped with the vehicle. That is so unfortunate. Because even though Calvin did get back on his feet at the time, and now he's down, but at the time he got back alive, those 15 seconds that it was resting him and then getting the first aids off, that's time they would have wanted to spend scouting. That's time they would have wanted to spend getting more intel on where the opponents were, and that time was lost. So unfortunate. They're still alive, but unfortunate that he went down there.
Lou still alive. Used all 6 of those first aid kits to tank Blue here. Kemba looking back this way, but doesn't spot him. So he's going to try and cross over. He's still got a little bit of ground to cover. Windstreak barely in the area they're at. He's going to open up here. Lou going to try and find something and then just deny to the blue, I assume. Yep. Doesn't want to give a point away to Windstreak.
Later. Credit where credit's due. He used 8 first aids in the matter of a half minute, so that's pretty impressive. I mean, he didn't, but you know what I mean. He got through all of them. Normally, when you see someone pick up 15 first aids, they die after having used 1 or 2 of them. But he tried his best. Will go down, though. We are now in placement points, and, well, some of these teams need them more than others. But for both Windstreak and for Apex, it seems to be a tough one here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at where both teams are positioned, really... Windstreak making the right moves, though. They're going to try and push over north side. Cobry, meanwhile, going to finally come up and try and contest Apex for this spot on the roadside. I can see the duo of Na'Vi actually on the left side of the screen coming into shot just now. Yep, Cobry going to pop flash over here. Tab. And Orange going to clean this one up with relative ease, and I think they're going to try and punish Apex as well while they go for this red to get the flush. And actually, doesn't find the second one, though. Well, you got the flush on Intens, but Ivil's still up.
Yeah. Ivil stays alive. I'm afraid that both Orange and Tap knows of his whereabouts now, though. Maybe they thought it was a corpse. I don't know. A few bullets were, quite a few, I should say. Bullets were fired in that direction, so maybe he thinks it's not a live player. Oh, no, never mind. Tap finds him. 7th place for Apex. 9 kills, I believe, as they amounted to, so a 10-point game. for the Norwegians. Again, had it been off of a decent game last game, we could go well. Then they just need that 1 extra point next game. But they had a really tough last game, so they still need quite a few points going their way in order to have a chance of qualifying here. Max is all with an on. Are we back to avant-garde days now? Good memories.
I'm actually amazed Stendalos has made it to this spot. Like,
Yeah?
I
mean, it's beside the circle, unfortunately.
Chances are he's not going to get into the next circle, but I'm actually amazed he managed to get to that spot.
That is true. Ooh, good headshot there. Able to get the knock on Senya. Needs to back off now, though. DA has come out of the cave, and they're pushing up the hill.
Yeah, whether or not they try and mount this attack, you see the flash coming over the top here. Offstring now pulling back towards Kemba's position, so they are going to try and prevent any further push from D8. 0 kills for them. They sent it to the cave entrance, I think, in circle 3, so they've been here for a while, waiting to show their hand.
See, smash over the top. He knows of the whereabouts of 2 of the guys, but does he know that he has Maxisol right next to him? I don't think so. Maxisol does find one. He gets traded immediately in return, though. Mert is there to find the knock. One will go down. Vasco now falls as well. Offstring able to shoot him in the back as they try to make their way down towards the compound. They're not safe just yet, though. One more falls. Offstring. It's all that's left for the team. Orange is trying to help out a little bit. Will succeed in doing so. Smash falls down. Offstring, though, has, I want to say, the better part of 3 teams looking at him, and he will go down. So win streak. 3rd place last game. Now they find themselves out here in 5th.
Not a bad game from them nonetheless. Debo now going to get a lot of pressure from Tornado Energy. Finds Aaliyah. You can hear the steps of Quizzy on the underside of the rock, but this is such a difficult peek over, especially with example over on the right side of the screen as well. Some nades coming over the top. He's got to be careful. None of these land right on top of him. The second one would have been perfect, actually. And there you go. Yep. Example cleans him up. Omican 4th. Down to the top 3. Na'Vi, DA, Tornado Energy.
Is this the repeat day we're in for? Na'Vi, DA, grabbing top 3 spots all day long. I mean, we know it didn't happen last game, but Na'Vi, what did they get last game? 5th place? 6th place?
Yeah.
Also within placement points,
5th
for
or
sure.
6th, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so pretty interesting. The 7th place they got last game. Okay, so still placement points. Now they find themselves in the top 3. Let's see. Aliyah over the top has to hold off against 2 from Na'Vi. Will you succeed in doing so? Will the Nate get the better of you before the fight even commences? Oh, good first headshot coming in there. Able to buy himself some more time. Unfortunately for Best Luck, he kind of needs to push forward here.
Nate going to do 30 or so damage, take Aaliyah down to about half. Quizzy going to peel back, try and help him out here. And actually, Example looking to get an angle as well. Oh, Quizzy getting caught, actually. Besto with a fantastic AK spray. Now he's going to come up and try and finish off Aaliyah as well. The tab's going to help him out. So just the one member. Example up on the hilltop. He's going to find Besto with the barrel, though. Now DA here in this. They're going to come over the top. Headshot, Marco. Example will fall. The tab in a 1v3 situation now.
Good luck. Have fun. Make that a 1v4. I'm not seeing this scenario where Tap comes out of this one on top. He does have 7 smokes, so maybe you can bait them out and stuff will happen. This one should have the written all over it. Tap though. It's gonna do it to his best, and then he's gonna die to the molly. Yep, Mithralius finds it. DA get themselves the first win of the day. They were close to 4 wins yesterday, ended up with just 2. But here they find themselves their first win of the day in game number 2, and well, it wasn't the aggressive DA we've been introduced to recently. They went to the cave, as I have said they should, and played it from there.
No, I think there was always going to be one team that kind of capitalizes off that hard shift the best, and I think DA kind of turtling down for the first couple of circles while the madness in Leonis kind of subsided was definitely the play for them. But, you know, they fought for the hilltop there. They dealt effectively with win streak. They didn't get held out there. So really good stuff from DA again.
For sure. Guys, that was it for game number 2 of the day. We'll have one more Miramar game up in just a moment. But before that, let's hop back to the desk.
Congratulations to Digital Athletics. They come out with the big win. They kept tabs on Na'Vi and ultimately were able to track down the last player, eliminate him, and take the victory. Not too shabby. Let's go to the highlights and turn it over to Patrick for the breakdown.
Ooh, gonna start with me. No, we had kind of a interesting circle, I'd say. The first one was, I mean, sort of centered towards the south side of the map, but then it started hard shifting out to the east. And as Pac was saying early on, a lot of the teams, they were settling down for a south shift on Circle 2. But with that going east, it created a lot of confusion with a lot of teams. Not really knowing where they were going to play, and we saw some of the teams even moving super far east. One of those teams were Apex. They really should have stuck with their position where they had in Circle 2, because the circle went back towards them afterwards. With that circle ping-ponging, it's so hard. Right now, we have so many hard shifts, and it was just all over the place. But Apex, they held out very strong in the dip there. So many teams were trying to attack them at the same time. And, I mean, they ended up... they ended up with 8 kills in this game. A 7th place, so 1 more placement point on top of that. Well-needed points, and they played this real well, I'd say.
Yeah, well executed overall for this one. And I actually love this ending here. It's the first time I've seen an ending in this specific area here. Apex ending up with another kill here in this one, and ended up actually with a good amount of frags. If they keep this average up, they'll be very nice. But Winstreak also having a very good game. It's going to be very exciting to follow that 16-point mark there with this one. This area specifically was very hard to play, though, because we have this high ground, then we have these ridges and dips, and I'm not sure too many of the players know exactly this area here. Go with the flush here, Fex. Very nice to see from Fex here. I feel like he's trying to push a situation in where the pistol meta gets relevant here, but unfortunately this was just a flush and not a kill.
Yeah, towards the end game as well, we saw Na'Vi having kind of the whole east side, having all the control over there. Basically, from the road and east of it, it was all about Na'Vi. Then north of it, we saw, of course, Tornado that was holding down in the compound. And DA, they came out from the cave there, taking control over the north side here, pushing out on Winstreak. Na'Vi tried to third party a little bit on this, but went for Tornado afterwards instead. And, I mean, it was an easy sweep up for DA in the end after the Na'Vi and Tornado fight, where basically everyone was already knocked, and they just had so much control as well, DA, with that push on the north side. We saw them going up with 3 guys on the north side while 1 was pushing from the center, basically just making sure they had all the sight lines that they needed to win the game.
Line of sight. Nice. Yeah, very good ending here. Set on fire, set ablaze. And the guys from Digital Athletics, they ended up with this one. 4 teams with 0 points, and a bit of dribbling down for the other teams here.
Yeah, bystanders was like, we qualified. We're good, man. Take a look at the top 8 right there. And this is what I like to see. Apex has a 180 from the last game. They get 9 points as opposed to the 1 they got last time around. The problem, Martin, is that Winstreak is in lockstep with them. They are moving up together as they both chase Raise Your Edge.
Yeah, and this will mean, I think, that Winstreak will be 2 points ahead of Apex and 7 kills in total. So if we come down to a tiebreaker later on, Winstreak is currently leading the kill race for that one. So they need to both keep on this going here, and I think it's very likely that Raise Your Edge will have to forfeit their 16th place to one of these teams today.
It seems that way with how aggressive it's going. Froz, talk to me about that or the comparison.
I mean, we can look at the comparison here. DA, they went early on for the cave and played down there. They were playing with all 4 alive, taking very passively, which is not a bad thing. But you can see here on the damage, of course, what that means. That means you're not going to have that much damage. But in terms of total points, they still come ahead, of course, with that win and those 10 extra points. Na'Vi, on the other hand, they had to fight their way in. They were playing on the west and moving on the south side, taking a lot of control all the time, and that means that they were fighting a lot of teams, but also doing a lot of good splits all around on the east side. Make sure they had kind of a 1-2-1 or 2-1-1 all the time, bouncing back and forth, flexing around, and basically that's what you want to see from the teams. You want to see them being able to have that control. A lot of teams can't do that because they start over peaking, stuff like that, start losing people. If one goes down, someone else got to go there and rest, and then you're just up to 2 guys that is watching around.
Not too shabby at great damage numbers. You can see the overall standings as they come in. Na'Vi is overtaken FaZe as the top team in the lobby, not the lobby, in the entire series. But as we slide over to the right side where that 16th place finishes, you can see bystanders starting to get pretty comfortable. That said, win streak and Apex are climbing. Raise Your Edge is getting stressed out. And it's becoming a very strict 2-horse race at this point, Martin. Though, quick to explain to me that pinky finger we saw. Maybe it's something that we don't do here in the States because I'm a connoisseur of cussing, but that meant nothing to me.
So there is we only have a limited amount of fingers, right? And you don't want to do the middle finger, you don't want to do a thumbs up, you don't want to point at anyone, and you don't want to do the ring finger, right? So the last one is the ring finger is too easy, or I own you, or something around the line where it's not too much of a cost, but still that was too easy. Like that was a little effort, basically, small effort.
It was saying it was easy to kill ends, is what he was essentially saying there.
Yeah, basically, I think so. I
think little trash talk. That's what I want, though. That's what I want out of Apex right now. They need to get that attitude for us because yesterday in the interview, I got the feeling that they weren't confident in themselves at all.
I mean, maybe not too confident, but we also saw what happened yesterday. They had a very bad set of games, and that kinds of you don't want to be too cocky with that. Right now, they're not in a position to be too cocky as well, because if ends caught that and they're like, well, if that's how you want to treat us, we still have 4 more games to go and we're sitting safe right now. You're not. So if you want to have this fight, we can go for it if you want to. It's all up to you.
Awesome. All right, guys, it looks like we're about to get our game underway. I'm going to give you a chance to get some last thoughts in case we missed anything. Martin, we'll start with you.
First of all, I want to say it's been a joy having Hypog in here, and it's been a joy with these kind of circles because this is the first time I've seen this kind of circle play out. I've really been enjoying this one. I was very surprised, and I actually want to hear your take on this one for us, and also maybe yours, Steve, depending on how much time we have. I was very surprised, and Hypog pointed this out as well. How come no one was playing the very, very high ground in Circle 3? And where you would have the outlook on the city and everything like this. I was very surprised not to see anyone trying to send it up there. Maybe it's because everybody's thinking there has to be someone out there, but also the other part is it's very hard to get off because everybody will have a look on you. Everybody have a shack to shoot you at or a ridge to play from where you have to run down in the open there. So I don't know, what is your take on that one, Toughies, maybe?
I mean, I agree with you. I think I'll send it to you in a sec, Froz, because I honestly, if I was playing, I would just assume that spot was taken, right? That somebody's laying down up there waiting for my dumb butt to jump a motorcycle over the edge or something. Froz, thought?
I said it when we was watching the game there. When Winstreak started to rotate, I thought they were going to take that position. I thought they would, and that's what I wanted them to do, because from that position, you have such a power position towards Los Leones. You know that there's going to be a few teams struggling with the circle. They're going to be inside Los Leones. You're going to have all the sidelines against them. You can farm a lot of kills and then work your way towards the south. If someone taking a position where Winstrike took instead, just above the cave, you can work that way. You have some vehicles, you have smokes, because all of the smokes and vehicles, they're going to be safe up there. You're not going to use any smokes. Vehicles are not going to have the tire spot because you're on the high ground against anyone. And towards the south people, it's kind of a lip down towards your vehicle wheels there. So I was actually very surprised they didn't play there.
Well, it's time for the third game of the day. The horse race is on. Who will end in pole position? I can guarantee you the big loser right now is Rise Fingernails, as they are falling off rapidly at this pace. Let's go to the match right now with our casters, Toby and Hypok.
Thank you. We are settling for yet another Southern Plain. First one was very similar. The first one was actually further north than this one. I was just going to say, who's going to go Los Ecos off of this? But seems to me, let's pull us up to go down there.
It is indeed. Na'Vi going to get straight out and obviously pull up. Probably going to read that Tornado Energy down slightly further to the east, but a bit less congestion than I was expecting with a plane like this. Looks like we're going to have a heavy second half in terms of drops. TSM may be the ones that are the odd ones out. Miraku, is he dropping onto the island? Okay. Yeah. Miraku and Vard are dropping onto the island. So
I've heard
Maybe they know
there's
something I don't.
UMPs there.
Maybe.
I think that's where you can find the most UMPs. So I think that's why they're there.
Do you know what?
You know what the thing is? The circle's going to go
actually
there.
Stacked.
It is. I'm telling you, it is. I mean, the worst thing is the circle's going to go there now, and we're all going to laugh our butts off. The circle's going to go there now, and it's going to be absolutely horrible. Or not. Because that's as opposite of an island circle. I guess it could have gone Alcantara. But still, this is pretty far away.
It is, yeah, and it's going to be pretty much about a 30% chunk of this unplayable with the western border. So Bystanders going to get themselves a good opportunity here again to make up some of these points that want to secure their position. Again, there are still some teams chasing them, and it's a bit different when you know that the 16th place team isn't playing today, because that kind of that number doesn't change. You know what you've got to go for, and obviously for these guys that are chasing on the last day, that's always a nice thing.
Hi, Puck, I have a trivia challenge for you here. And it's not as much as a trivia challenge, it's more of a guessing thing. And chat, you can join in on this too. With how TSM are currently positioned, will they be the last team inside the circle?
I mean, all four of them?
I'm just saying, no, they have to, like, will they be the last team to have all four players inside the circle? Yes or no? Because there's other teams down here that I could imagine rotating slower than them. But I'm asking you, will TSM be the last team that gets inside the circle?
I would still put my money on 303 or Ents. Maybe Windstreak if they try and go to the north, which is a definite possibility. I don't think with that plane path, Windstreak are going to want to head straight west out of here, knowing that Ents are obviously in close proximity. Minas is just not a nice place to drive through, even if the circle's not on it. So it's between Windstreak, Ents, and 303 for me. I think TSM will be at least two of those teams.
Yeah. Fun thought, right? You have people on the damn island, and they still beat you on the rotation. It's, I mean, to be fair, they don't have to scout as much, given that they don't really have anything to lose at this point, and also with how they're playing, it's pretty safe to say they don't care too much about what's happening right now. Or maybe it's just some next level strat that I would love to hear the desk analyze.
TSM could just be trolling, and they're not going to even try and get to this circle after seeing it pop.
Yeah.
That was my second version of that one. Will TSM get to the circle as a whole? Like, are they even gonna survive that rotation? We'll have to wait and see. Another 5 minutes time before that's gonna happen. Now back to the roots of DA and Liquid rotating side by side. No one's shooting yet, though. That's a lot of the ordinary, but seems like they're gonna be given space to move their way forward. I'm looking for the teams that are, I mean, as interesting as we think all these teams that we're seeing on our screens right now are overall, right now, and with the storylines that we're kind of building into today, it really is Liquid, Windstreak and Apex that are our go-to teams. But, Hypog, and I'm throwing you under the bus in that one, because in the break, we discussed, and this is a absurdly far-fetched theory crafting.
Oh, yeah.
But is there a universe? I mean, we got to do it now anyway. Is there a universe where Liquid doesn't qualify? We'll see.
There is a universe, but
now.
It is highly improbable. I mean, it requires Windstreak, Apex, both making it, and
one of them
passing
surpassing Liquid.
Yes. So it is highly improbable.
So Windstreak and Bystanders would have to surpass Liquid. That's possible, given the fact that they're 5 points behind them right now. And then Windstreak or Apex would have to do that too. And that's where the line kind of cuts, as in, okay, that probably won't happen. Oh, that's.
But it means they both need a 40-point day, basically.
Yes. Well, I mean, they've had two very respectable games in each of their games, so if they can start doing it kind of simultaneously now for the rest of them, there's a chance. And to be fair, I mean, as much as we go, okay, Liquid's already qualified, like at no point did we even consider Liquid to not qualify. Liquid has been playing far from their best over the last couple of days.
Yeah, but again, the second half of the conversation we had, what do? They show up in finals.
Yes. Well, that's the thing, right? Because
they flick a switch.
Yeah, they come to the finals and then they go out and win or get top 3, whatever. And then everyone forgot that they barely even qualified. We've seen it before. Other teams have been in these situations previous to where they barely qualify for the finals, which is, of course, on that day, the talking point. But as soon as they make finals, all the points are reset. They go out and then they start popping off. Then it's as if it's completely forgotten. And we've seen teams be in that situation before. I mean, TSM, PCS2, they had a pretty tough time qualifying. And, oh no, Apex. Oh no, I'm seeing your names all over the place. What's going on? Intense got 2 kills, so that's something good. In the meantime, QB is trying to hold off here against Quizzy.
We're going to send the flash around the backside here. Example now trying to pull up to maybe reinforce here. Marv is at the compound, but he's over on the east side, and I don't really know why. Example, we're just going to get plucked out of the Bronco as he pulled up. Redline going to confirm that one. Mailman does get rezzed, and Marv and QBE now potentially going to try and pressure onto this.
Kind of have to. I mean, the commitment is at full at this point. The only thing is for, I mean, Aaliyah, can you get out of here? Nah, probably won't happen. And Ivas, you probably don't want to be running around this house on your own. Want to get the guys in there with you because there are opponents very, very close by.
Actually, Aaliyah taking a lot of damage over in the background there, Toby. So that's their anchor kind of information position that's going to be shut down for the time being.
As close as they are to one another, as quiet as it right now. Quizzy is looking around, just holding an angle. Just holding the angle, waiting for opponents to peek on forward. Ends tries to make their way into the compound. Greg will fall. Squeaky almost went down in the in the aftermath, I guess you can say, over Dickory, trying to stay alive here as well, getting healed on up. Still plenty of time for them to rotate to the circle. And I'm looking at okay, so TSM is still by Porto Paraíso. They have a while to go yet. Ivo will fall. Not the start to the game that Apex would have wanted. Unfortunate to say the least. Circle is going to go on everyone. And, well, to be expected, to be fair. When it's you and I casting anyway. It's going to be an absolutely horrible circle thrown at the guys. Anyone who's sitting east of Omarken right now will have a very, very hard time rotating into this. QBE finds one. Mailman goes down. Quizzy goes down as well. Just one left alive. That's Aaliyah. And as you said before, Hyper, kind of in that off-angle position, trying to see if we can get a maybe an off-angle opportunity, and QB get the pan out. Get the pan out. Oh no. Okay. Fair enough. And punch.
Interesting. Yeah. We're gonna have a massive migration towards the center of this new circle again. We talk about Circle 2 being the one where you can kind of anticipate that Phase 4 shift. And this is definitely one that you can do that with, Toby.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Pretty straightforward, but keep in mind it's only Phase 2. Next circle can go exactly where it wants to, despite the fact that we're forcing people into absolute garbage position right now. Next one can still go and be absolutely horrible. So we'll see who gets the better part of it. Mert, did he see one? Oh my god, yes he did, but it doesn't matter. Anonym, well, hello there. Comes in, says hello, and says goodbye at the same time to DA fallen 16. Jesus Christ, slaughtered.
Yeah, you really got to win those. You really
also, he held his fire for so long.
How did he spot him?
That's one question. Another question I have is, I don't think Starlighter has 64 observers, as in one guy on each player. So the fact that they always catch the angles with replays,
I've been saying this all week.
I'm baffled, Starlighter. You guys are amazing at doing this. You catch
Well,
the
they had
angles.
they had
right? You
both
catch all the
players.
angles all the time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They catch all the angles live every time so that they can go and get a replay of it. That is very, very impressive.
I'm just happy they caught the FaZe webcam reactions for me. I asked for it and they delivered. They delivered.
So good. Perfectix, oh no, win streak. Starting to take casualties, or potentially at least. Wanderer is going to be met by a Molotov. Perfectix is the one over the top trying to get the angle here. Might be able to isolate him so he can get the flush in on towards Kemba. Damage done in return though. Perfectix down to low HP, and Wanderer knows he tacked him up well. He needs to push on forward and try and see if he can get something going here, but unfortunately, Spiro with a suppressive fire forces him back off.
Wanderer still trying to take this 1v1. Batulin's going to take some damage off that nade there. Perfectix still trying to find a head peek. Actually, he's going to hear the nade, but as soon as the flash got pulled, Perfectix went for the peek, but he still doesn't win that one. Maxizor now onto Batulins. It's actually Offstring they're going to find that one at distance. Two of Northern Lights will fall, and that's 2 kill points going over to Winstreak.
That was an impressive timing too. But I mean, we can't really fault Northern Lights for that peak. Heard the pin being pulled, peeks off of it, and completely wrecked as he peeked over the top circle. It's gonna go north, as you can see in the minimap there. Yep, into the nothingness. It's gonna hard shift southeast afterwards, I would assume. So pretty much centering on where Copri is, and everybody, we're talking literally everyone except for 4 players are coming in from the south here, and you can't wrap around. You can't go east into Oposo and come into the circle from there. You have to full speed send it from the south and have fun doing so.
Yeah, I mean, there is that unplayable area above bystanders. That's why we know this is going to come southeast. So everybody should be anticipating the same as us, but there's not space for 49 players in this next circle. That's for sure.
Yeah, there really is. It's probably not even space for half those players either. We'll see how many stay alive as the rotation start coming in. Copri, well, we said he was in the center position. Obviously, other teams will come and try and see if they can get a piece of that pie. He's going to try and stay put as a solo player for as long as possible, but plenty of teams, including Etiquette, are trying to see if they can steal that away from him.
Oh, the spread, maybe? No, he's safe on the mattress. He's safe on the mattress. It's actually Thendalos is going to knock Kepler with his molly. Some more team damage with the mollies, and this time around it's not 303 doing it.
Oh no, Thendalos flushing a teammate. Hate to see it. As a player anyway, as a viewer it's pretty entertaining.
I mean, he knocked and flushed.
I know. Can't crawl out of that one alive. That's feels bad, man. Copri will get a little bit of help in that situation. Maxizor finds Spiro, so Northern Lights, while they had the upper hand in that fight early on, they're starting to take like a pretty big amount of casualties. Now I believe Lou is the only one left alive for the team, and both Apex and Winstreak up on that north side of the circle, trying to stay put. Copri tried to do the same thing, but it ain't gonna happen. Hewitt and Thendalos, while they lost their teammate, will get the better of that one. And you can see Forever actually really damn far away, trying to hold Anonym off as well. Not an easy position to be in.
This is a fight that's gone on for the last 2 minutes or so. TSM were caught as they entered on the south side. VAR did manage to make it into the next circle though, but Na'Vi gonna clean up the rest of TSM outside the circle.
Where does
and even
Lou
though
go here?
I was gonna say, even though Lou is on a 2-seater, there aren't many options. Aaliyah's already got the God Shack in the middle of this circle.
Well,
nowhere.
I'm a little disappointed he didn't go for a backflip and potentially just on purpose land on the head, because I feel like he kind of saw the same result of this that we did, as in you're just not gonna survive. Oh, more reversing. Was this Spiro doing? No, it wasn't. It was a 303 player, wasn't it, on a wrangle yesterday? Or was it 3 days ago?
No,
reversing
Thursday.
across. Yeah, on the.
It was a Tornado Energy player coming away from school.
That is true. That's true. That's what it was. No, that was the mailman running across. There was also a guy reversing through the field, south of Liquid Compound. Either way, doesn't matter. I just thought it might have been a Northern Lights trying to do the same thing here again, which, well, as proven now, didn't work here either. Circle actually a little further north than I thought it was going to be, but it's still going to center around that open field where there really isn't a whole lot you can do. It's going to be god awful for everyone except for bystanders, I feel like.
Yeah, pretty much. It's slim pickings for anyone that's not already got a strong foothold here. You can see 303 still trying to deal with this fight. We're there to get Vard now on the move in the Bronco. He's going to try and find something to dive. Again, maybe just settle for this rock here. No, a bit further.
He can take a
Problem
bike
is,
if he wants
like,
to.
well, the tire got popped on that before. There's a dead body there. You never want to pull up on top of a dead body.
Well, he's gonna chill. We'll see how long he'll be able to stay alive, though. Na'Vi, the biker gang, sending it over the hilltop, trying to see if they can get anything to play from up there. They should have somewhat of a dip they can sit in. Yeah, right there. They only have about 50 meters to the blue, but still, it's inside the next circle, which is more than what a lot of the other teams will get.
Indeed, now Anonym making a dash in the Murado. Again, we already know. Not an awful lot for him to drive to. He's actually going to pull up onto Aaliyah. The pre-nade's probably good. Instead, Yellow's actually going to find it.
Well, he got to stay alive. And then... Oh, imagine that. Imagine the vehicle landing so he couldn't get out of the building. And then he dies to blue. That would have been pretty hilarious. Did he run in and then kill himself? No, that can't have happened. No, I find the kill there. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Starletter, for showing us what we missed out on. Kill up in that compound does seal the fate for 303. Well, the result of it, I should say, down towards the Lee, and they'll go down. Pull up goes out as well, giving a little more space for teams to try and make that way in. I mean, again, there's really, other than what we have now, I'm looking for where can teams rotate in the next circle. There's 3 buildings down south, which would require a massive southeast hard shift. Other than that, I don't really see anything. I mean, ends, yes, you can take you can take the hill, but you can't get up there because both sides, like both the entry points to that hill, is being held down by the teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend heavily on what is available in terms of edge positions once we see this new circle. But ends with this wide split, they have access to those rocks. And we know, was it DreamHack where we saw that end with Na'Vi and Shift W, how crucial that area of the map became. So we're going to have to wait and see just a couple more seconds until we have a decent idea. Vard suppressed Tommy gun. He's ready for the late game.
Of course. He's just chilling, waiting to see who's going to dare pull up on him. He does have an extended mag on it, so 50 bullets available. He's going to start shooting towards Na'Vi. Might as well let them know that he is here. And to be fair, I mean, he's in one position that Na'Vi might actually be able to play from in the next circle. Depending. I'm looking at a win streak right now. If they make the move down to TSM, or down to where Vard is sitting, they might have a chance to hold off Na'Vi without Apex and other teams being able to really third-party it. I just can't see where win streak can push without them being forced to take a fight to someone. But here they come.
Yeah. I think they're going to send it to Vard. They should at least.
Oh. Hello there, Vard. How are you doing? Just shot straight past him. Oh my lord, they almost went down, and they stay alive too. Now is where they have to hold out Na'Vi. They need to, and also at the same time they need to really be aware of Apex towards the north.
They do indeed. Apex going to be able to stay in the edge of that compound for the time being. Hibako taking the bus into the field. A little bit of a desperation scout here. They know this is most likely occupied at this stage of the game. He's actually going to pass straight past it, so...
I don't think they know what they want to do either.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to cross all the way to the other side of the road, which is it's a bold move blind, that's for sure.
One good nade. One good nade. Look at this.
Oh, that could be it.
Please, let it be it. Let it be it. What? How did that only get one player down? Oh, I wanted the quad nade there, but unfortunately we got robbed from it. Nailed will have to spread out and try to stay alive. Oh, I saw that one just light up the whole thing. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite the case.
It's not going to spread. It's not going to catch him.
Nope. Safe for now. The power of smokes.
I mean, actually, to be fair, that's that's a decent kind of bubble, a smoke bubble created by Redline here.
It's insane too. Remember when the timer was changed on smoke so it bloomed faster?
Yeah.
Like these type plays you just wouldn't have been able to do because it would take too long for all the smokes to bloom. Whereas to now we know there's only a couple of seconds and they're bloomed in full effect. So fortunately for Redline, they get to utilize the cover where there probably really was none. Six are now trying to make a cross and in. He's not going to succeed. They will have to make the open run as well. Smokes are there, but are they going to grant him the cover he's going to need? Will he get the first aid off? No, Hewitt finds it. Look at the circle for wins. That is massive.
It is indeed. Nailab actually going to find Zendelof there. QBE falls on the way to the compound though. Flammy and York trying to hold down to this long building. Nailab and Evas now the last two men standing. Marv is down. Omicron potentially going to try and push into the backside of Etiquette here. Let's see, they're sending shots over this way as well. Let's actually find York on the way in, so could still be doable for Redline here, Toby.
Yeah, real solid peek there. Good timing. Catching the bystanders play over the nade in hand. Yord trying to get healed on up. Beamy is on him, but are they anticipating the close bridge? You can see he's sticking it. He's committed to the rest here. Yellow needs to be feeding the info across it. They're not on the building just yet. You can see him outside now, trying to hold the angle here. Has to over to the so bold. He's going to be there to win this fight. Arguably more important either way. Na'Vi tries to take the fight to win streak, and they're not succeeding at all. Down they go, one by one. Orange is all that's left alive for the team now.
Good stuff. Na'Vi eliminated 9th place. Win streak will get themselves into placement. Another team eliminated just after us. Apex in 8th place. Bystanders now cleaning up the remnant of Ents. Diggory still standing in the one story. He's going to do damage. Beamy will fall initially here. Bystanders need to deal with this and quick. He's actually going to come out. He's going to find Yort as well, but goes for the weapon switch or the nade. And that will be his demise. 6 kills for Bystanders now. No time to get that res on Yort. So Flammy and Yellow need to hop in this vehicle and get going. Flammy's actually going to get caught up here at the compound.
Yeah, he has to go to Aaliyah. There's really no other place he can try and crash. Kills continue to be racked up for win streak. Look at that. 10 and counting. Still got all 4 players alive, and that committed push earlier to the position across the street sure as hell paid off. They still have 4 men liquid down to south. In fact, oh no, it bounced in the tree. You gotta be kidding. That was right on the vehicle too. Yeah. Yup, right on the vehicle as well. Look at that Ibargo now trying to stay put. Max Assault's gonna be using half his ammo if we want to take that vehicle out. No! What? What? He parked the vehicle on top of him. That might just have been from our angle, but that looked extremely strange. And somehow Paige actually gets out of that one alive.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
It literally squished him.
It did. Huh. Now, circle. Oh my lord. Liquid gets to stay inside. They don't have a lot of space. On the contrary, win streak, all the space in the world now with the Ibargo gone down. 11 kills, I believe, and top 4 as well. We said they were going to need a good game, but we also at the same time said when you look at the roster, when you see the individual skill set and what they have been able to do as a team before, we know the capabilities are there. They're sitting at 97 points now without the placement points in, with 3 more games to play after this one, and they only have to breach 106 to kick out Raise Your Edge. This is a very doable thing for win streak all of a sudden.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're set up here. I mean, they need to do as much damage as possible before this circle closes through, because you got to argue they potentially have to cross the road in the next circle. So I want to see them be proactive here. You can see them already sending shots. They did not clip moments ago. That's what you want to see before this circle comes in, and maybe limiting their options come the next pop.
Let's see. Tornado energy. Really limited what a clear can do from here. Everyone knows of his whereabouts. One smoke. Doesn't want to use the next one just yet. Omarkin saw him move. And they're gonna take their shots towards him. Oh, no, one more attack confirmed, but of course they can't see exactly what they're hitting there. We'll get the first hit off, throwing his last smoke too. Will it get him inside the circle? I'm not sure. Max is so falls. Clip with a bolt in hand. Finds the knock. The flush shouldn't be possible, though they still have the cover. Mexi is going to go down now as well. Markin making it hard for Liquid really to try and penalize Windstreak on the other side of the road.
Yeah, Liquid have like one building to stay in that compound, so trying to nade Aaliyah out now. Aaliyah has actually made it into the circle. Now, he's actually opting to push a little bit further up on this. He could still be a factor in this game. The fact that he's managed to get this far into the circle means that he is still able to have some impact here.
And I'm not sure Omarkin saw him move further forward. I think they might expect him to still be back on the hay bill there. So smart on him to try and maneuver his way further forward while Omarkin was preoccupied looking over towards Team Liquid. Did they just send a vehicle into the field trying to run over someone? I'm not sure exactly what they just sent the vehicle forward trying to get a kill. In the meantime, Windstreak got to be the most important team to follow here in the end of this one.
They only have bikes. They have a smoking Murado.
They've got to rotate north around, get distance, right? Get some distance. There's a rock. You see the rock in the tree there. It's inside the circle too. They've been scouting for a good part of 1 minute. They need to find a spot.
What about the ridge kind of just off like northwest of where Liquid are? I don't know if it's out of LOS of Omicron, but they do have a ridge to pull up on there.
It's not outside of line of sight, and it's... Oh my lord, Clip. It's not outside of LOS, and it's also within nade distance, which would make it dangerous. Like, Omarkin would see them, and Liquid could nade them, so that'd be extremely difficult. Oh, had he gotten him there, that would have been probably a game ender for them. You can see Clip committed to try and get some of these kills up, but it's dangerous timing off string. You're going to be feeding the blue off of this one. Actually, no, he can't get him, and they lost the bike doing that as well.
Yeah,
that is really horrible.
It is. Depends on the utility situation, how much time they can buy for themselves here, but not having anything. They might be able to get a couple more kills before they fall. Ibby will fall, potentially. Gonna be able to move through these smokes and kill some time. Maybe just live this one out for another 15-20 seconds or so. James gonna send it forwards. And that's the area I was talking about, and James has gone forward and taken it.
All right, now Windstreak, I should say, all they need to do is try and see if they can get themselves some more points in this one. It's a damn difficult spot to have to do it from, though. Basco, good angle on. Shooting over towards him, but look at the ammo situation for Omar, and they've been shooting at people from afar the entire game, down to 30 ammo. When you have double 5.5s, that ain't what you want to be situation with. Page finds Clip. Wanderer gets the point. Every single point here could be the difference maker for you. Now 1 falls, 2 falls, Windstreak out in 4th. Regardless, though, great game for them. Liquid trying to push forward. And any discussion we had on Liquid, where how do they not make it, this game alone, I think should put them in a very guaranteed qualifier spot. More guaranteed than it already was. It's always fun to do those. Oh my lord. Leah finds the first, almost gets the second. Oh, the timing. 17 bullets, so that's good. Nothing on the mini. Gone from difficult to impossible. On the rock, just shoot at me, I dare you.
Chow. Yeah, the full-on ego chow. Love that. Good game from Omicron. Again, they made really slow moves in on the south side. Again, the last real barrier for them was Etiquette, and they dealt with that with relative ease, to be honest with you. So really good slow play from Omicron there. But Windstreak, you got to give them credit. They're doing what's necessary on the final day, Toby.
Oh yeah, for sure. 12 kills, 4th place. That is insane for them to be delivering this caliber with so much pressure on them to do good. But we're gonna float back to the desk. That was all of Miramar. We'll see you on a wrangle in just a few.
Welcome back, guys. We just got to see a Mocking come through with the Mountain Goat victory, as I like to call it, standing upon a rock and letting everyone else know that this is ours. That's showing dominance. I wish he was T-posing. I guess the only thing I would have liked more out of that. Froz, give me a breakdown and your take on the end of that game as we go to the highlights.
Ooh, the end of the game, it was kind of anticlimactic, I'd say. We're having these kind of field endings. It's so rough on the teams. Like, how you saw how hard it was for any teams to play anything right there. Towards the end, of course, we saw that Winstreak was taking the roadside that VAR was playing, trying to snake in later on. But Winstreak was taking a lot of control there. They got himself a lot of kills, had to defend himself against teams like Na'Vi and After All. But Team Liquid, they played the compound as well, tried to make the most of it. One of the earliest teams to rotate into the first circle, of course. So we saw that they were a little bit scarce when it came to loot. And Clip was firing some good bolt shots there. Finding a few heads, but it wasn't enough to get all the way to the end. Omake, on the other hand, they had a little bit more interesting route into this one. They actually played south of Liquid early on, and then they went a little bit east of them, trying to take control over the circle. We saw them playing towards that dip, almost the whole ending, and it was looking a little bit rough when we saw Alia coming in there towards the end, finding one, almost finding two, and that could have been it for Omake in there if he could find the second one.
Yeah, and on top of that, obviously, Page pulling up on yellow here. Very nice clutch for Alia, I gotta say. Like, he was able to survive for so long, clutching a lot of placement as well. A lot of teams decided to push and kind of jump into the win streak area, even though it was not the most optimal area to play, to be honest. GMs here getting found by Page. I will say, I was quite impressed with how Omake had an inferior position in a lot of times of the game, but managed to get into the etiquette compound, take that away from them, and then play an open area where they were able to play and survive from. So a very, very impressive kind of tour for them here, and ending up at 19 points for them, 16 points for win streak though. They're going to be extremely close to the 106 that Ratio Edge is on right now.
Yeah, win streak got a great position there, Froz. I think it was circle 6-ish. It shifted south, and Apex had no option but to play the chase, and Winstreak got to sit right smack in the middle of that little pit and take feeds off of teams like Na'Vi. And at that moment, Apex has to start to feel like this is slipping away from them.
I mean, Winstreak, they did make the move. They came in from the north. There was basically no one up there. They had to pass the compound where Apex was sitting in on the north side, though, and they didn't want to crash that one. They thought, hey, if we take the roadside, we're going to be more towards the center. There's a high chance we'll get the next circle no matter what. And from there, we'll just play it out and see what we can do. But, I mean, them getting 12 kills in this one, that shows you how much of a better position they actually took there and how good they actually held it out against all the other teams.
All right, well, let's talk to a team that has really solidified themselves as they get ready for the next round. We've got Beamy from Bystanders, the king of the headshot, coming to join us right now. Beamy, we've seen some masterful play from you guys. Congratulations on making it into the top 16.
Thank you.
So when today started, you guys were not quite clear of that cutoff, and theoretically things could still go badly, I suppose, but I don't expect that. What was your game plan coming in to the final day today?
I mean, what we've been struggling with so far in the group stage was just to play the way we used to play and play in our comfort zone. So we just chose, today we're just going to play like we want to and don't be too scared of people. Just take the fight as we want, and working decent so far.
Martin?
I want to ask Beamy, here in the group stage, how do you feel the meta has been, and do you think it's going to change going into the grand finals? And are you guys going to change anything going into the grand finals?
I mean, I think the meta is going to be at least better for us in the finals, because right now in the group stage we are looting different spots for each group, so we are kind of adapting to that all the time. So it's going to be a bit easy for us to have the more routine in the beginning of each game in the final. But I think the meta is at least going to change throughout the finals as well. We're probably going to see some exciting stuff.
Cool.
Froz?
Seeing you guys like to play edge a lot, trying to keep all four alive towards the late game and try to catch the game there. What do you think is the biggest pro and con with the playstyle you guys have compared to the other teams bombing in towards the center?
I mean, the pros is that when you actually get the shift on your side when you're playing edge, you usually have a lot of control on that side. so you can get a lot of points from that just from the kills when you control it. But the con is also like if you get a bad shift or just not as good circle as you want, it could be very hard to get in because you're not as quite set up as some of the standard teams to get into the next circle.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys, for the questions. Beamy, I'll let you get back to prepping because you still got to keep that grind on and make sure win streak doesn't catch you. Do you have anything you want to give shout-outs or anything you want to say to anybody before we let you go?
Just thanks to everybody who supports us, and thanks for everyone for watching this tournament, and hope you enjoyed.
All right. We'll see you in a few. We'll see you at the grand finals, bud. Good luck today.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
Beamy the Laser, the man who gets the sprays every single time. Lots of fun to watch him play. Bystanders aren't technically out of it yet, Martin. I mean, I think they're in 15th or so. So they can't let off the gas, but they've got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they have 5 points up to tying Pink Pony, and they have more kills than them, so I think they'll be completely fine. Looking at the leaderboards right here, Pink Pony obviously is not playing, so they're sitting there. Not too much of a nail biter, I would say. Like it would take quite a lot for win streak and Apex to pass them as well, which is it has to be the case if they're going to be beaten out or bunked out over there. It would require win streak and Apex getting a very significant amount of like 2 wins for Apex and a win for win streak basically to get in and ahead of them. But it's looking very likely the win streak is going to take over Ratio Edge. So Ratio Edge is probably out at this point unless win streak completely choke on Wrangle.
I mean, at the end of the day, that seems like the way to look at it. Is Raise Your Edge can probably save the nails, sit back down, and plan for the next phase of their career. That said, Apex is no longer, Froz, at war with 106. They are now in a fight with win streaks. So everything kind of has to shift a little bit about how they perceived their day, and they have to just really go aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, aggressive, sure, but at the same time, right now, I feel like what we've seen from Apex is they're trying to over-rotate a lot. They're trying to chase the center a little bit too much. And every time they do those kind of rotations, they tend to lose 1 player, maybe 2 even sometimes. And because of that, they start turtling down. They start playing a little bit too passive. I would rather see them try to take some fights on the edge, try to take control, because that's what we saw in the previous game, right? When they were playing in that dip there. And look at how that went. They got themselves 8 kills, only a 7th place, but that is the kind of games you need to have right now when you're sitting back there. We only got 3 more games to go here. You're still chasing. You were 10 points ahead of win streak. Now you're sitting 15 points behind instead. And also, of course, their games on Erangel isn't the best. Like, they've been pretty average on both Erangel and Miramar. While you look at other teams like Bystanders, it's a bit better on Erangel, and same with win streak. Actually, win streak is a little bit better on Miramar so far. So that means that there is a chance for him to catch up to win streak, but Bystanders, I feel like they're just going to push away from here on the last 3 games.
I mean, I think that's right. They've been going for the middle, but it feels, Martin, like it's a little bit time for the backwards pizza strategy. The idea of you just start with the crust and try to work your way in and eat as much up as you can and rack up those points. Because even if they push middle and they start just playing for like solid placement with a couple of kills, is that going to be enough?
But on the other side, who starts eating pizza on the crust? Like,
so you guys never had backward pizza, I assume.
I will say this though, like I think there's a very low percentage of people that are that. I would, I don't know. I want to talk to the people. Can you, if there's anyone out there that starts eating pizza from the crust and in, please send me a message. Like, I want to talk to you. Also potentially pay for your, yeah, I don't know.
So for all of those of you who didn't grow up where I grew up, apparently you never had the marketing campaign. A popular pizza chain started making pizza with cheese in the crust that they marketed as eat that first and then work your way in towards the center, and it was a big thing in like the 2000s or so. Anyway, I guess that was a failure of North American being weird with their food stuff. But you put bananas on pizza, so I still don't lose here. I've ordered pizza in your country, and it's a difficult experience. But let's go past that and talk about other difficult experiences. FaZe Clan falling off the top of the leaderboards. Na'Vi dominating still, 27 points already today. They've been putting up some good numbers, and Omakin actually has 33 today, Froz. So far, I believe they are the highest Oh no, I'm sorry. Win streak is the highest gainer today at 38. So teams really stepping up. And does that set a narrative for the grand finals as we come around the corner?
I mean, if you look at Omak so far in the group stage, I think they've been playing pretty average. They haven't really got those really wins that we saw in this last game here. Only 9 kills as well. Usually when we see them win, it's going to be a double digit because we know that they like to take the fights. They like to not just play passive, go for the win. They like to get all those kills. That's what they would go for in all of the games. Win streak, on the other hand, top 5 every game so far. They haven't really won a game yet, but still racking up those points, and that's what matters, especially in their position right now. It's looking great for them.
Martin, it's not too little too late. Clearly, they're going to pull this out. But is there something to be said for the fact that Win Streak couldn't do this until the chips were down and their backs were against the wall? I mean, they're already 10 points ahead of their best day so far in group stages.
Yeah, but some of the best poker players is the ones that go full tilt, right? So if you have to do that in the end of the tournament, then you just succeed with it all the way, then it's completely fine as well. I will say, though, I've been impressed with how they've been playing so far. They have taken chances and succeeded with it, and this is what we expected from some of these players, because some of those guys have a lot of experience. Some of those guys have played multiple lands, have immense experience against these players, and is very gifted mechanically. So I was expecting bigger things than what we saw from them on the first 3 days. But they've been showing up today, and this is the level that I kind of expected them to play at and perform at from day one.
Now, as the horse race is sort of coming to an end, we'll talk about other teams in the perspective of where do they go once Grand Finals gets here. A team that's had a lot of question marks to me, Frauds, is Team Liquid. 55 points on their first day of play, and since then, they have not been able to break 30, and still, they're languishing at 13. Is this a dark spot or an overshadow as we head to Grand Finals?
I mean, everyone has their dips and highs, and right now this looks like a low dip from Team Liquid, but if there's a team we know that can bring it back, Team Liquid is going to be one of very few that can bring it back from a very low. So I'm not too worried if I would be a Liquid fan and going into finals. We have a lot of space in between the group and the finals, so a lot of preparation, a lot of time for them to prepare themselves for the finals.
Well, we've got 2 guys who prepared themselves for the final 3 maps of the days. We're going to head over to them now with the call. It is Toby and Hypoc.
I think Frost said it well. There are teams that we can always kind of take for granted make up for lost ground. And Liquid sure as hell, if you go back and look at the, at their track record, they do. They always look their best right after a down period, I feel like. And I'm hoping for them that it's going to be in these grand finals, because this group stage, as we've been on, like discussing before and this talked about, it hasn't been clean at all.
No, maybe they just like setting up their own storyline, but they bring the heat. They bring the heat in the finals. You can't take that away from them.
Wait a minute, what are Afterall doing there? Are Afterall hot dropping Apex?
I mean, it's a bad plane.
Insa hot dropping Apex. Ents, we talked about it, right? That being a factor, because Ents are getting contested on Miramar by Apex. What does Ents? I mean, okay, so Simsi gets the hard spawn. Other than that, they don't have vehicles. Well, they will loot farm. If this circle goes west, which, oh my god, they get the center. Okay, fair enough. They get to live. They get to live another day. But that's interesting. Both Afterall and Ents down here.
Yeah. Again, we could scratch this off as a bad plane and trying to get something rather than nothing. I can see TSM driving up towards Mexi in his vehicle, trying to ram him off the road.
The thing is, Mexi right now is gonna be like, who the hell is chasing me? Who the hell is chasing me? But they can really only be one team, right? Just TSM doing their TSM things. I like that in the middle of all this happening, we see Dofus, the coach for TSM, putting out a tweet. Look at the game format I'm proposing, so that we actually have something to play for right now, because we already qualified. And I think that kind of goes to show. I mean, to be fair, they qualified, they can do whatever the hell they please. And TSM, they're having a good time, they're having good fun. And I think that's a good, maybe, I mean, I don't see a reason why the TSM mood should be down, but if you want to leave a group stage with a good mood, go out and play it like a pub game and have some fun because you have nothing to lose.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, can't disagree with that at all. I mean, the good thing about this circle after that funky plane was there's not going to really be too many teams that need to make massive moves. Omicron and Pull Up are the only two really that stand out. Millie's still a possibility. Millie is still a possibility.
Yes. That is true. And I mean, if you look at oh, god damn it, now I forgot the name that we came up with. Did we call it the Milta belt? I forgot. But there was, like, you can see it now even more than ever. Obviously, we have a surplus. Like, we have way more teams down between Milta and Ferropier that we normally would, of course, given how the plane came across. But this area down here, usually is pretty contested too. And the more players we have in and around here, the trickier it becomes for anyone really to go military because you have so many more opponents nearby that you have to really account for.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I mean, when you have that bad a playing path, it makes it so much more difficult to anticipate like tendencies of teams. If somebody's in a spot they're not usually in, maybe they're playing a bit more passively. You know, it makes it very, very difficult to read the rotations correctly. All I'm worried about right now is that this is Northern Lights crossing the bridge, and it brings like a fifth team into the mix of the southeast side of, I guess, the main island, not the southeast side of the circle, but the southeast side of the main island in terms of center. I mean, because the center sits around like in between After All and Apex, right?
Yeah, somewhere in between there. I think it's pretty safe to say that Northern Light insta-jumped and went Novo and have no clue about the cluster they're driving into right now. They're expecting there to be, Shift W in here. That should be the space, right? No. Quite the contrary. I've never seen this many teams around farm before in Phase 1.
And the problem is, I mean, again, for anybody that's not really towards the center, and this is another kind of center-heavy circle, you know, you got compounds like Snake Farm, obviously the Dirt Road. These are the circles that you tend to see more teams try and get towards the center as opposed to sitting on the edge of Circle 1, sitting on the edge of Circle 2. Hold that thought. Max is up. Cobry going to pull up, and he's actually going to lose that one. And the flush comes through. Wanderer trying to send some shots down, but Windstreak will take an early casualty. Whether or not that's going to knock the wind out of their sails. They only really need the 4 points now. They've already done the hard work in my book.
But I mean, to be honest, Toffees did bring up a pretty interesting point because Apex's focus has now gone for playing against the 106 point that Ray Church are sitting at. Like, that's kind of been their goal so far for the day. But now that Windstreak is going to surpass that, we can only take for granted that they will get 4 points over the course of the next 3 games. I might have cursed them now. I'm sorry if I have, but I would assume they get 4 points over the next 3 games. Apex's focus becomes, we got to hunt down win streak. So that, like, unless if they have to go all the way to 126, which probably is impossible, we're looking at them chasing a team that's in the game. And do you then as a team go for them with a chance of losing out even more? Or do you just play your own strat hoping to surpass them?
I mean, for me, I've always looked at the one way. Oh, actually, hold that thought. Mert actually catching tab. A little bit of a seat swap here. But no, for me, it's always been, if you set that out before the game starts, like, our win condition is this team doing X. So whether that's 0 points or what, who is actually 2X? Some shots onto Marco there. Besto going to respond with the mini. I think Etiquette going to be able to reset and get that res, although they are pretty split, actually. Huith is the furthest east out of any of Etiquette, but anyway, back to the conversation. For me, it's if your win condition is another team not getting points, you have to incorporate that into your plan. Whether it is hot dropping them or setting up a trap for them or seeing them in the kill feed and going and actively acting on that. It's got to be a part of your plan because it's so difficult when, especially if another team is capable of, you know, winning games or they get a good circle, you know, in terms of their drop spot, you have to go out and stop them if that's your win condition.
Yeah. Completely agree. And also, I mean, as we saw just before, they will have seen as well that win streak lost one, and they know that it was against 303. So probably, if they have done their homework in terms of where teams tend to drop, they will know that they're coming in from the east side, and maybe that's where you just put that one extra guy over looking towards the east, just in case you can pick up a player or pick off someone if they're trying to rotate past you, rather than do your usual like let's fully commit 360 and be aware of everything. Here, if you know that the team you have to beat is towards one direction, it's maybe worth putting a little more attention in that area.
Everybody's going to find something here. Again, a heavy stack, other than pull up Etiquette, Omicron, really. DA now trying to come in, actually going to pull up on the double bars of Tornado Energy. Quizzy going to try and hop in the Dacia, come away. Mithralius actually going to pull up onto him. What? He hit him out of the car?
I think he jumped out to use the car for cover, and the Mithralius just said, yeah, well, you can jump out all you want. I'm just going to plow your car into you.
Him. I'm going to need a slow-mo replay of that, because it looked like he seat swapped into the passenger seat.
I think he seat swapped from the drive. Yeah. 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 Wait, can you get run over if you lean out of the vehicle on that side?
That's what it looked like.
You know what I mean? So if he sits in the passenger seat, leans out, and then gets hit by the car because he's leaned out of it, yeah, that could be that would. I mean, if we're talking realism, that would make pretty good sense that you get completely squashed in between two cars. But his when he got knocked, he was on the other side of the vehicle. That's why I was confused by it. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get a replay to tell us exactly how that one went down. But either way, down he goes. DA has some space to play around now with the circle going a little bit towards the west, and there they are. Quick as always, giving. Oh my god! They even have a flyby angle of it too. No, he tried to jump out. He jumped out.
He tried to jump.
Star ladder. I got. You amaze me. The reaction speed you have on this, and the fact that you have someone doing a flyby cover of that at the moment, impressive. Impressive. It's just insane. It is very, very impressive. James now pulling up an O-Market. Let's see if he's gonna survive this one. Well, he didn't. Story done.
This is weird. This is a little bit of a dive from Liquid from the Prio up on the hilltop just to the east of here. This is interesting. Tornado Energy looking as if they want to come and take a look at it. They did lose Quizzy at the double barns, but Aaliyah, Melman, and Example now coming over to maybe take a look at the flat top here.
So quiet, at least for a little while longer. As I say that, bullets are peppering in on towards the building. But fortunately, this ain't Battlefield. We don't have to... Oh, could you imagine that? Destructible terrain. I mean, I guess we can destroy fences in this game. But still, if you could destroy buildings with nades and, well, C4, I guess, and stuff like that. there would be some circles where, like, the rogue team just goes in and destroys the two only compounds in the circle. Well, that's inconvenient, I guess, is safe to say. They tried to catapult him inside the compound. Unfortunately, he hit the wall.
Yeah, they were trying to launch him onto the
angle wasn't quite there.
Well, was it Frost called it a tactical flip?
Oh, that's what it was. Deny the damage by only showing them the roof of the car so they can't shoot you. Yep.
And then Ibby tried to use the momentum to flip up onto the balcony to take it. That's from the Frost playbook right there.
These guys are the pro players. If there's anyone that you look to learn new strats and mechanics in a video game, this would be them. And believe me, someday, now that we talk about it, someday someone will master that and be able to like use the vehicles for catapulting in this game and just get into absurd positions. Someday, Hypog.
It's like you used to be able to way back. You used to be able to nade jump. Kind of missed that mechanic, to be honest with you.
Nade jump. Oh yeah. Oh, when you could throw a nade behind a building, like you throw a nade on the left side of a tree, and then you just hold the right because you know he's gonna be bounced out next to it. That's true.
Well, no, you used to be able to.
Why did they remove that?
You used to be able to boost yourself, Toby. Like in the apartments in North George, you could boost yourself. Sorry, South George, you could boost yourself across.
Yeah,
you never see that.
Buildings don't exist in North George. Yeah, you just throw the nade behind you.
What do you mean? Like no, the South George apartments of before vaulting and before you could mantle onto things. The
So you
South
nade,
George
and
apartment,
then
you
jump
can't jump
up.
in between them. North George, you can.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I thought we were just talking about the apartment type buildings as a whole. I tried to do you dirty and you wrecked me. I guess I deserve that. I'm sorry.
Really walked into that one.
I did. I did. I'm sorry. I wrecked myself. Unfortunate. Either way, after all, sitting that send up, they're gonna be blessed with this one from the so-called snake compound, and everyone else really trying to. I mean, is this gonna be the circle where everyone just starts crashing things? Because we have, on my numbers, 7 teams that aren't inside the circle yet. And a DPS Vex ghillie suit and a DPS. Which gun did he not want that the DPS was better than?
I mean, to TSM, no weapons are really better than others this weekend, to be fair.
I'm surprised to see no one's trying to do drive-bys with crossbows. You'd have to think it's gonna happen at some point, right? Here comes Na'Vi. Pull up is what they tried to do. Pull up doesn't succeed, at least not this time around. Senya will fall despite trying to do a seed swap there. Orange falls to try and see if he can crash something else, but it's all up after all looking for him now.
Orange still just circle his way around. TSM actually going to pull up on top of Liquid here. Clip. Vard has the Tommy gun. He's actually going to get shut down. Feck's going to come around this side. He finds him with the DBS. Instantly flushed out there. Mexi now last man standing for Liquid. Maybe, I guess some of these Miracle going to find him with the Vector, and he falls.
This is so toxic. You can't. I mean, Liquid has a reputation. Liquid has a, what do you say, a certain aura around them, and you can't just run around with SMGs and shotguns and kill them like that. So unfortunate. You gotta be, I mean, to be fair, in Liquid's position, what the hell do you do? They just come pushing straight. Like, sometimes the most difficult opponents to play against are the ones that have nothing to lose. That's a pretty good example right there. They're just full-on YOLO sending it into everything. And somehow it works out for them.
Actually, and Nade actually bounced perfectly onto the rock there. Endelus going to try and follow up with a second onto a different player. Kepper gets onto Flammy. Yellow onto Forever. Thenderlost going to find Yort. The back and forth trade in here. Kepper might catch. Doesn't catch Yellow. The UAZ there, but down to 2 apiece. Res still possible here if they can reset off this, but I think Etiquette's going to try and prevent it.
Nade bouncing down. No damage done towards Beamy. Get the angle. Oh, it just leaned behind the vehicle there. Would have had it, but no. Not quite the case. Also, isn't that US kind of slowly moving down the hill again? Seemed like it was.
It is rolling.
Yeah, it was rolling. Circle towards the east. Well, Apex, this is your chance. Let's see how many points you can get here.
You've got to argue they've got the prime position in this circle. I mean, the only thing really better is red line split, but that's a wizard tower and a shack. So Apex with the opportunity to be a little bit more. Sorry.
Oh no! Continue, please continue.
Well, all I was going to say is Apex probably have a better opportunity to get some kill points from the compound as opposed to being in a shack and a wizard tower.
Yeah. Oh, that was my question to you. Like, is it better? Red line split? Because it's very limited what you can really do from that position, right?
Oh, red line, yeah, definitely more of a... Oh my god. Vard? What? Is this gonna double fucking C-swap?
What? I don't mind teams trolling, but you know what? As a ambassador for competitive integrity, they're not supposed to succeed. That's my main problem with this. I don't mind people trolling, but Bart is not supposed to constantly succeed doing that! How in the hell do you win those, Bart? How? Thank you! Kill him! Get him out of here! That's not fair!
What the hell am I watching?
That is so absurd. All guns are viable, guys. TSM has proven it. You just gotta hit shots, you know? Just gotta hit people.
I actually can't believe Vard just did a double freaking drive. Well, seat swap with a Tommy gun.
And then a third. At like 50 to 100 meters distance by the end of it. Very, very interesting. And that sets up a whole new meta, because now you can start doing drive-bys with your bikes as well when you start utilizing UMPs, you know? You can do like solo drive-bys on a bike then if you're fast enough. That'll become a thing, I guess. Well,
I'm actually sad. Well, here you go, another replay.
and then this.
This is actually brilliant.
It is fun. And to be fair, they were both really low HP, but that doesn't change the fact that that should never happen. That should really never ever happen. Miracle, well, still alive and kicking with a Vector. I think he has had the opportunity to get guns that were more currently meta friendly, but he's gonna opt to stick with the Vector, make the run on forward. He's gonna be running into either Aaliyah or Loki, depending on which side he's gonna peek on here. Well, that's Loki. That's a Vector. I'm just gonna watch this. You can talk.
I mean, I don't even think I need to. Just keep letting Miracle do his thing. It tells its own story right now, Toby.
It really does. It really does. It really, really does tell its own story. Miracle is trying to stay alive. Does get the angle. For those guys who aren't that aware of the Vector, damage does drop off pretty quickly in terms of distance, but
it drops off a cliff. Yes.
Yeah, there ends the adventures. For this game, we still have 2 more games to go to see what more creativity TSM can come up with, but at least this time around, they will be out of the equation.
I think what TSM are doing, they're trying to get as many clips to then go underneath Dofos's theory for the new group stages to kind of reinforce that argument.
Oh,
that's what they're going
just for show reel. That's what it is. Oh, yeah, see, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, that does have a little bit of logic to it somewhere. 303 finds pull up. We'll be able to take them out as well. Down they go. Plenty of Vector and 9mm ammo to be obtained down there. Winstreak in the meantime haven't quite gotten the points they need to qualify yet, but are currently inside the circle and playing it far down towards the south. There should be enough running room for them to get into the circle from their south side position.
I was looking now. Apex have actually allowed Northern Lights into the south side of Farm. So that now makes their exit very difficult. It's only really the western edge of Farm is in. Evas now going to take a little bit of contact. Say a little bit. 303 going to pull up right on top of them here. Marv actually going to find the non-im on the inside of the shack. Chris now got to jump out of the UAZ, but this little split from Redline, putting it into good use. You can see how well the Wizard Tower is able to stop that crash onto the shack, so can't fault the positioning there. Now Yuri Boy going to try and pull up, try his chances as well.
You've got to think that if you're going to go for this player, watch out, you're going to get blown up.
But he's stuck behind it. He's going to blow up.
He can't get away. He can't get away. You got to think that if you're going to make that committed crash anyway, which in theory isn't necessarily that bad a play, why not just go all together?
Well, I think Yuri Boy was trying to hold an off angle to anchor for that crash.
Yeah.
He was along the ridge to the east, so
true.
It's just that
I guess
they didn't win the 2v1 on the shack was the problem, I think.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you want to take that point? Oh, gotta swap over. Oh, okay, Kimber finds it anyway. I was gonna say that would be that would be unfortunate to miss out on because you had to reload. Let's see next circle. Apex, again, a team we want to keep our eyes on. Winstreak, to some extent as well, are closing in on the guaranteed qualify. Apex, though, have to make a move now. They need to push forward. They need to either make the run towards Redline or up the hill towards Ends. But either way, they will have to take the fight to Northern Lights first. 2 players left alive in that team.
Haven't even really talked about DA. They've got themselves into a pretty good spot, to be honest with you. This dip, you are able to mount a fight out of it. Lou Trying to find something with the Mo's in here. Does get a body tag, 79 damage there onto Calvin. But I did see Omicron flexing out a little bit to try and deal with DA here. It's actually Winstreak they're going to open up. Mithralius going to fall. You see over in the right side of your screen, Omicron trying to wrap onto DA. And here come the nades.
That don't do damage. That one did. A little further forward. Around the tree it goes. Code Margo finds Page. Wanderer trying to hold the angle. Keep the team safe. This should... yeah, this is perfect. A dead Page. Yeah, right on point. Smoke was thrown to try and get him up. It's not going to make a difference. Danny trying to hold Marv from making the run on in. He's going to have a vehicle. He's going to be able to drive. Yep, bike there. Be able to... Surprised to see that bike survive with all the explosions and nades that were in there earlier, but he will survive initially. Will he get inside the building too? Yes, he will.
It's actually Danimon that gets a knock onto Apex.
I will has
okay, yep.
Wait,
Lou actually gonna knock. Oh my god, Lou gets the knock. Ivor comes in. Diggory gonna find Calvin on the way in though.
Oh my god, Lou got the second upstairs too. Lou just got a double kill with a bolt action up the hill from the southeast and saved Apex in their rotation. Calvin jumped out of the car and flung himself inside the building. What in the absolute hell did just happen? I'm so confused.
Apex do fall there, and the Molotov gonna put them out in seventh place. Goose gonna find Marco on the top of that rock. That just leaves Smash for Digital Athletics. Meanwhile, Winstreak now taking the fight towards Ents. A 3v3 at the compound here. Squeaky on fire. He's burning in the bathroom. That one's gonna knock him. Winstreak might be able to get themselves into this compound and get some more kill points on the board.
Yeah, remember, placement points ain't in on that kill feed on the points just yet either. So this should be a win streak. Not guaranteed qualifier. Things can still go really wonky. We did have a 70+ point day for Apex in the DreamHack group stages, so you never know. You never know. Let's see Wanderer though, trying to push forward. It's just Diggory left alive. That flashbang hit good. Let's see if they can find Diggory outside the building here as well.
Oh, unlucky. Diggory actually playing that pretty well to stay alive that long. Definitely made Winstreak work for it, but now D8 will solidify on the south side of the circle. After all, spreading a little bit on the north side, just up above that wizard tower. Northern Lights still out in no man's land, to be honest with you, but it looks like they're going to try and take the fight towards Winstreak potentially on this eastern edge.
Yeah, they've been playing it as 2 for the longest time, and they're continuing to do so. Look at this. Lou, boom, gets the first one. There you go. I will now you can push in, and boom, there you go. There's the building cleared for you. Holy moly. Lasering with the Mosin, getting himself a good double. He will lose his teammate now. The Perfectix falls. And it's going to be frustrating for Apex, right? Even in a game where they get something going here. Seeing Winstreak staying alive and also seeing Winstreak continue to find kills. It's one of those, well, what have we been doing this for then?
Oh my god. Kemba landed like back-to-back mini shots there. I'm surprised he didn't get the knock for it, but Smash and Code Marco making best use of this space here and actually potentially going to try and stop Winstreak and getting a decent spot on the edge of phase 7.
I'm interested in seeing how much impact Lou will have on this, because they know if his, you can see is jumping for him. You want to know where he is. They know of his whereabouts, but at some point they might be forced to make the run down in this direction, and then if the timing is right for Winstreak, their focus could be forced to be elsewhere. Let's see, Offstring and Kemba both proning down, wanting to secure as many points as they can here. Lou doing the exact same thing. DA playing the south side again. I mean, DA finding their way into late game placement points. Really, really impressive to see. Now the circle goes a massive in their favor. Winstreak and Northern Lights will both have to move.
I'm not sure, actually. Windstreak don't really have anything to move directly west in, so they do need to deal with Lou, but that opens all those sight lines for after all. You can see Marco moving forwards, trying to find something over on the western front. Lou just playing this one low and slow. After all, I mean, yeah, at this point, commendable. They're still trying to go for the maximum points here, but you got to argue their tournament hopes are dwindling.
Yeah, it's difficult at this point. I mean, they're probably looking more towards the pink ponies to have to beat them, and if that's the case, then well, 30 points in 2 games. That's gonna be their what they need. And to be fair, I mean, while that's a tall order, 15 points in 2 games is not something we haven't seen from Apex before. So, not impossible, but difficult to obtain for sure.
Oh, Lou actually does land the headshot on Dikemba there. Doesn't manage to get the second one, so Offspring will put another one on before he falls. And now it's just After All versus DA, 4v2, man advantage for them. Code Marco on a fantastic off angle, actually going to find Greg with the SLR. Does convert that one as well. Goose going forwards. Don't want to give him a chance here, but the nade, oh my god, that nade could actually land and get 2 if he's lucky. He's going to go for the peek onto Danny one, actually, yeah. And the nade knock as well. It's just Hibarko versus Marco, 1 HP.
Oh, no!
Second nade follows up. He was not happy about that, but After All will take the win. A 9-kill chicken dinner for them.
I saw that third nade being one of the After All players was like, oh my god, he just took them all out with nades, but it was him dying in the end of it. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I got excited over nothing, I guess. I mean, no, it was pretty exciting to be.
I mean, he nearly had it, to be fair.
He did. He really did. Once again, one of those moments where I mean, just thinking back on Batulin's earlier today against Bystanders on Miramar, I was like, oh my god, he almost did it, but just one grenade explosion short of taking that one home. Interesting game though. Win streak again, continuing to accumulate points. But let's hop on back to the desk and see what they make of it with 2 more games to go.
We're back. Congratulations to After Alt on the big win, 19 points, and in 1 game, they beat every single total day point total that they've had thus far. So from the bottom to the top, so doth they rise. Martin, I'll turn it over to you for highlights.
Yeah, fantastic start for the teams here, and fantastic plays and crazy plays as well. Like I gotta say, sometimes throughout this game, or a few times throughout this game, I was shaking my head. This was one of them. And a few other times with some Tommy guns and other situations. But looking from a mid to late game perspective, the circle was quite close to where the first one was overall in the game, and we saw some quite crazy plays and some greedy splits as well. But then again, there are teams that are qualified already. They're playing to either train as best as they can or to secure their spot within inside the sub 16. Vard's spray down from a seed switch, a Rooney with a Tommy gun holo was absolutely crazy. Really nice to see some mechanical skill like that be displayed, but then after that TSM actually flicked that one. This also was a headshot on Benz. They ended up dying, but got a lot of kills from that one.
I love to see it from Vard there, not just once but twice, and then a third time going with the drive-by Tommy gun. I know that he wanted to get some Tommy gun kills. He's been talking about it. It's a really good gun, you know. It's the best SMG, he says. And, I mean, he's proving it right now. But jokes aside, some great game from After All here. Even though they're sitting towards the bottom there, they show up big time here. They show up what they can actually do when they can actually have a good game. They can take a lot of control. They can maintain that. They can make sure that they close it down and get that win. And that's what we want to see. Even if you're out, it's still games to show here. Show everyone at home. Show people what you can actually do, what you're made of, how good you actually are. And oh my god, you guys gotta look at this one. Lou actually saved the lives of Apex here by taking out QB in the top of the sniper tower from a distance here. Because I'm pretty sure the QB would have tried to make a push for that one, if not. But nevertheless, Apex still end up dying in that sniper tower. Didn't get more placement points because of it either. Only 3 points. And they dropped in their normal spot. I mean, we had a lot of teams dropping over there towards the farm area in the start. You normally wouldn't see all of those teams. Normally it's just Apex over there, Tornado a little bit to the west of that. But this time, I mean, we had After, we had Ends, we had Winstreak, we had Apex, we had Tornado. So a lot of teams fighting for that area. And it almost felt to me like Winstreak was trying to take a position close to Apex and trying to stop them from coming back, because they know that Apex could be a threat for them, but if they can take them out early on, they can remove that threat. But then again, there were so many teams that they couldn't really do anything about it this time.
Yeah. They were a threat at the start of the day, but it feels like their knees have been chopped off out from under them, and they just can't seem to keep up. Win streak, Martin, if you look at this, 11 points on that game. That makes them now at a point where they're going to potentially pass the Pink Ponies. I think I heard you guys saying earlier, and may not even have to worry about anything after that.
Yeah, and they're getting such a great lead right now. They're 49 points in 4 games. It's quite insane. Wow. Anyone here with 6 kills, after Aldo and Vard with the SMG skills shown off. The other guys are sharing 3rd place with 3 kills each. I will say though, let's put it in with a wild reach of Winstreak passing a Pink Pony and Apex passing Pink Pony, and Pink Pony is just going to be sitting in the last game and like, what happened? How, are we out? That could be crazy. I would like to do that.
Because they are closing. Bystanders is also moving up. They should have a not too hard of a time getting up there. It'd be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. Final, any thoughts for us?
I mean, seeing Bystanders right now, they would take a fight far out outside the next circle, and they only got himself 1 point in this game. We've seen them 2 times now with 2 really bad games, one with a 0 point in game 2, and now in game 4 here, only 1 point. But, I mean, they got himself that win in the start of the day, and it's looking okay for them, but I want to see a little bit more from them. I know that they can do better. I want to see it.
We got 2 more games to go, and I'm sure all of you can't wait to see what happens next, but we are going to take a very short break so that you can tell us how good you are at your history and how often you know what happens next.
This is wild.
Better luck next time. They were one of the 3 teams in the excellent positions at the start. Arguably maybe 4. Page has to go big or he's done for. 5 kills for the side already. He could take any more with him. That'd be excellent play, but it's not going to be comfortable. You've got to look at how much better luck next time have in the form of information. This could be the downfall. Nice attempt from Page. He's working every angle possible. And that FaZe Tornado Energy fight is not over. FaZe are back on their feet, but as are Tornado Energy. And then further from the circle, Page... No, what a mistake from Fate. Leaping in the window like that? Huge errors being made, and Page is exploiting every single angle. This is great play from him. Individually, just taking away these moments from the opposition. And all he has to do is cost them more, and he's done just that.
Quizzy.
Quizzy's pulling up.
Yeah, 1 quick nade and this should be GG.
Well, there's the nade in hand. Let's see if it's quick enough. Monkey, oh, it literally bounced off the knee. Monkey tries to make a run. He's still standing. Where is this car coming from? Examples there. Now Monkey still stands in the smoke, still alive. And Tornado Energy, yes, this is good. You got to be careful though. You don't want to get sloppy here. You don't lose out on players. Another nade comes in. Monkey still stands, 64 HP. The man's got moves. How is he alive? Oh, here we go. Rich.
What the hell is this? Ira!
Get absolutely banged. Iro just slapped him off the roof side. I really like the idea, and we'll explain as to why once this fight's done, but K-Mine styling on TSM, avenging their fallen teammate. And wow, this is
The PUBG Continental Series 3, the final day of group stage play as we take a look at who will make it into the top 16. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger and Froz to talk to you about how the day's going. We started with a 2-horse race chasing down Raise Your Edge to make it to the top 16, and that has dramatically been altered. Another group we haven't talked about a lot today, Froz, is the top of that leaderboard. FaZe Clan has fallen to 4. Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Digital Athletics feel like they are playing for bragging rights. They haven't been trolling so much, as much as some of the other top teams, and have been really putting in a fight for that top position.
Well, not only for the bragging rights, but it's also very good practice here, and I feel like they're taking out the most of it, trying to maybe try some new stuff, but also make sure, hey, if we need to work on something, this is the best place to try it out on, and that's what we're seeing them do right now. Not just new stuff, but also just small, it could be like working on their comms and things like that. I feel like on the top 3 teams we have right now, Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Digital Athletics, Northern Light has been the team that has been most consistent overall so far. But of course, you have teams like Na'Vi and DA that has been peaking very high. And I mean, that is not a bad thing either. That's what you want to see, right? You want to have a good average, and then you want to see those peaks happening. But you don't want to see those big dips that we've seen definitely from Na'Vi, for example. In their first day, they only got themselves 26 points. But it's also what you can learn from your mistakes and making sure that you don't repeat those and make sure you have better days from there on. And that's what we've seen from a team like Na'Vi.
Absolutely. Any thoughts as you look at this leaderboard, Martin? Anything that stands out to you or play that's been interesting?
While you guys are looking at the left side, my eyes are looking at the 14th to 20th place right now. The 17th, 18th, 19th, yeah, they're out. But Apex, they have to have a massive run at this one, right? Like either beat Win Streak or get 35 points and beat Pink Pony. Because I would say at this point, bystanders, it would be a far fetch if they don't get 5 more points. Or 4 more actually. They can tie up Pink Pony and they have more kills. So either Apex needs to beat Win Streak, beat them out, or they need to get above Pink Pony and beat them out. That's the 2 kind of things I'm looking at right now, and it's either 35 points or 23 points they would need, and Win Streak not getting anyone. So it's kind of interesting for me to look at that one and follow that race. It was a 2-horse race before, but Pink Pony came in from the side because it's so many points we're talking about that it's all of a sudden a 2-horse race plus a pony.
That's a fair point. And Apex could do it. Yes, it is a tall order. We're looking at about excess of 17-ish points per game. But the reality, Froz, is we saw them in DreamHack a week, 2 weeks ago, and they pulled off, if I remember correctly, 2 almost 20-point games in a day. So it could happen. It could happen.
It could happen, but for it to happen, they need to start playing more aggressive. Currently, what we saw in the last game, for example, that's kind of the whole story we've seen. Either they need to do these kind of rotations towards the center and they'll lose people, or they're totaling down on a center position where they're not going to get a lot of kills if the circle doesn't end on top of them. And that is a big problem for them right now because they need the kills, not just the placement points, but kills is what's going to matter most. Even if they get 2 wins with 1 kill, that's not going to be enough, most likely. So they need to start going on the offense right now. They need to just chase for those kills. That's the only way I see that they'll pass it through to the finals.
And to be honest, the way that they've been dodging has not been working for them, so it's time for a change. Let's see, is this the moment where Apex rises up to the pinnacle of their game and gets back in it and takes out the Pink Ponies, or will the Pink Ponies continue to be safe? We'll find out as we go into our penultimate game of the day and the group stages. Let's head over to the map right now with Hypoc and Toby.
Thank you so much. Isn't this a good day for going towards hospital? No, it really isn't.
No, well, not with that plane. No.
I mean, you can go there. I mean, okay. So I said a good day for going there. I should have said a good game for going there. I guess. I have my chance and I missed it. Is this still going to be the Komeshki ending that we haven't seen in a long time?
I mean, we're still due something weird for Erangel, right? I mean, we did. No, actually, we had the weird plane pass. It just wasn't followed up by funky circles. So maybe this is the one that's going to double down.
Oh, so you say there's a chance? Is that what it is? Let's see.
There's always
Etiquette.
a chance.
Well, there is always a chance. Excuse me. I was just having a laugh at seeing the chat react to Vard's triple drive-by with the Bison. It's I'll see it. It received the reaction I was expecting for it to receive. I've never seen that many lulz spam that fast in a PUBG game before.
Well, I was just talking to Vard in the break, and I basically said for Fex to be the trendsetter, he's got to step it up. Vard's making him look like an absolute rookie.
He
with
really
the SMGs.
is. Yeah, Fex is trying to go a little out of TSM meta, bringing in the shotguns, and it's clearly not working for him. So Tommy gun extended all the way. I guess that's going to be the play from here on out. One thing that is potentially now going to show itself once more is Apex. Last game, and I think Frost made a good point of it on the desk. You had a circle where you had to pick and choose. To some extent, it was more contested than what we're seeing now, but you had to pick and choose. You set for farm, and while you got some placements point in there, you just didn't have the kills to back it up. Now, well, once again, here's your pick and choose, and hopefully for you, you get something going, because as Toppy said, we're looking at a potential 17 points per game in order to qualify, and those 17-point games don't come by turtling down in the compound all game.
No, they don't. This time around, they've got a little bit more space, a little breathing space, due to the nature of the plane in the previous game. But I have to hopefully see that they do something different with it this time around. Because, I mean, it was... Again, we talked about the red line split and obviously Apex settling for farm. And I would have thought that, okay, Vard's got a Tommy gun again. Fex has got an ump and an M24. Miraku's got a Vector. Iro's got the ump.
You see this and you go, okay, 3 minutes in, fair enough. Because she's like, they'll pick up the good guns when they get them.
No, it won't change.
But then you realize they don't. They don't. They keep these guns all game long. I'm just thinking, as fun as they're having it with their primary weapons, which like their up close guns, they really are a little boring playing minis and SLRs and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for creative loadouts when you start incorporating the second gun as well.
Fex was running around with a DBS and a ghillie suit last game, so you got to give him some slack in that regard.
Yeah, but he still had a DMR, didn't he? And that's where I'm like, guys,
he had an ump and a DBS last.
Oh, he did have it. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I take it back. I was just thinking, I saw a few of them with the minis. It's like, if you're going to commit to it, you got to commit to it. And that's like, DMRs don't fall in the meta you're currently trying to force on people. At least not in my book. Let's see now. Well, we talked about a team that needs to get things going. Now they're under fire. Get bum, just 2 tacks, letting them know of his whereabouts, and then he's going to back off again. Or is he going to crash them? Question mark. A little bit of a donut. And then jumps out of the vehicle again. Huh.
I guess maybe just trying to get a feel for where Apex is set up. Seems he's actually going to find an angle through the window there. I did see him equip the bolt. Holding on that angle, but Northern Lights down the south side of the crossroads. They're going to make their moves across the eastern bridge now. And with Etiga, I mean, with Kepler already crossing to the west side of the road, Etiga, if they choose to set up to maybe try and pressure towards Apex, they could catch Northern Lights here if they're not careful.
Yeah, there's a good chance they could, and let's see if they will succeed in doing so. Etiquette are they're seemingly fully committed. Is that a nade? Okay, I was just gonna say that's. I mean, one thing is optimism, another thing is just wasting utility for no reason at all. But it seems like Etiquette have their eyes set on contesting this, and you gotta think that maybe that was part of the plan with them dropping Milter to begin with. it's is this etiquette trying to not have Apex qualify, like on purpose? Because they know it's them there.
I mean, could be. You got to ask the question at this stage of the day. Coming into it, I mean, Etiquette actually looking like they're fully committing to come down and take control, or at least deal with Apex in Circle 1.
They're actually crashing the compounds. There's gotta be purpose to that. He took the ammo for the arm and left the arm in the crate. By the way, Ivo standing still with a pan in hand. Not what you want to see happening when you're under pressure like this.
I know he's next to him.
He's standing with a pan in a smoke. What am I not understanding here? Did he DC?
No, he's moving.
He's in the game. He's standing with a pan inside the smoke. Is he trying to block bullets if they shoot at him? There's something I'm not understanding. Another thing that they're not understanding is that I was right next door all along. He's going to get the nug in the first, not be able to get the flushy right off the bat. Will he get the molly down? Yes, it does. Gets it. Okay, so it blows through the door, actually. But the door doesn't break, so it's actually going to buy Ivo a surprisingly a lot of time to stay alive here.
Yeah, they will be able to reset and get this res as well. Kepper Huith forever. Holding on the outside of this building. Nades coming in as well. Ivo with the biggest hand I've ever seen, actually. I don't know why his hand just went giant size, but he's going to put the molly down on the staircase as well. It's going to do a lot of damage on the way. And Ivo, they're pushing you, dude. Did they make it up to the second floor? I think they did.
You don't have time for painkillers in this situation. Win streak continuing to find points, trying to secure their spot in qualifying, and I believe it probably already is secured. Oh my lord! Fortunately for Ivo, the first one there was a flashbang, and he's gonna get out of there alive. Gonna full speed send it back towards the guys. The smoke's already deployed. Now they're making the run on back. In the meantime, well, win streak killed off. Watch out, Kimba. They were killed off pull up before we could even go to them. So clearly a very effective hold.
Some fancy footwork there from Ivo, to be honest, to get out of there.
Yeah, for sure. Impressive. Impressive play for sure. Let's see this. To be fair, I mean, this is pull up actually pulling up for once, so this is what you meant by. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Let's see. D8. They have control of the dirt. Do you have a name for this road? Like the road that leads, well, where we are right
I used to call it Fury Road. This is a Mad Max reference, just because it can get chaotic up there. I mean, it's just the dirt road, right?
Yeah. I was just thinking it's Fury Road, and then Miramar was released, and then the entirety of Miramar was Fury Road, and I was like, well,
you could say the same thing about many a spot on Miramar, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the thing is that you don't really have a name for that Prio compound over on the west side of it, where it bends down to the left.
Yeah.
You know, where Tornado Energy is split right now, but just a dirt road now.
Some call it triple, because you have like 3 big buildings there, but there's actually 4 buildings, so it's kind of confusing. Either way, circle, it's gonna go down towards the west. This is not the first time we see this circle shift, Hypuck. It might be the first time we see this circle shift with the previous circle being where it was, but we have had a lot of endings in this area recently.
We have indeed. I mean, Na'Vi now in a fantastic spot to set up for this. We know how well they were able to deal with FaZe in a similar circle from that compound that the Tab is currently in, so probably going to try and solidify this position. Liquid going to try and pull back across to the hill. Conscious really of how many people we're going to be sending it down the south road towards Double Barns, but it looks like Etiquette are going to get ahead of the curve in that regard.
Yep, they beat them to it. Full speed forward is what they do. D8 opting to do the same thing. Where are they going to go, though? Oh, a little bit of a vehicle mishap there. Code Marco forced off the bike as they come crashing forward in towards Tornado Energy. They're still in their two-way split, so they've opted to hold their hand against them. 2v4, a little bit of help could potentially come in from the teams up above, but they're not coming down to help close. It's going to be help from a distance only.
Let's see Smash getting... Ooh, that molly might actually be perfect onto Smash before he can get the first aid off. Aaliyah actually gonna get the last blow. Code Marco will fall as well. So DA taking 2 early casualties. Mithralius actually going to come in. Straightforward challenge on the inside. Quizzy finds an easy knock and the 2 flushes to follow.
That is terrifyingly well played by Tornado Energy. Like, the way that they split them up, the way that they forced DA to approach this from, allowed for Tornado Energy to utilize their 2 players up the hill. Like, they're forcing DA to approach this from an angle that that allows for them to utilize their full 4 in a split position. And they played it to perfection there. Really, really impressive play by Melman and Quizzy, but also impressive, I mean, from Aaliyah and Example in holding the angles when they had to. And I mean, to be fair, at any point in this game, if you drive around suddenly a lot of SMGs shoot at you, well, that's TSM, let's leave.
Yeah.
Because if not, then they're just going to chase us down and start humiliating us. I'm curious to see with the next or the current patch being put into esports with the nerf to the barrel, the nerf to the SLR, if people have gotten accustomed so much to the barrel now they'll still play it, or if it will potentially open up the door for other weapons to get some sort of presence again, or it will just be all M4s all over.
Oh, that's the pre-nade from Paige could be money here. Let's do a lot of damage. Surprisingly, no damage to Chris, actually. It just broke LOS behind that concrete block. Now, actually, the molly's really good. Is Chris going to get knocked for that one? It's not. Nope, the final tick not there. But 303 kind of backed themselves into a corner in the trenches outside Pachinki. Only really Paige flexing out into the other side. Meanwhile, Liquid still trying to mount this attack onto Etiquette, who have crashed into the lodge.
Yeah, this is not a compound you want to be splitting, especially not with so many third-party opportunities, and especially not with so many teams that doesn't really have anything to lose, trying to take the fights to you here. Teams opens the door, backs off immediately, circles is on him. Nice little prediction in that one. Nice prediction, assuming that he was going to be in that position, taking the shots to him, and unfortunately for him not getting the knock, but at least a lot of damage applied. It might allow for him to push forward. Flashbangs being deployed now. They're not going to peek off of it. One more is going to be thrown, but it's going to go outside on the backside. No peeks coming in once more. Oh, Molly hits.
The molly here
Yeah, that should be
actually,
guaranteed.
Ibby going to double stack one. Ooh, I think it just went against the wall. It's not going to spread to him.
Oh, he's on the chair, I think.
Oh, no.
That's what keeps him alive. Yeah, either way, this is not what you want to see. Simsi, last hope for Apex here. If they can't get the amount of points they needed, they sure as hell probably won't get it next game either. Oh, he's really playing ring around the roadsy with him. Simsi does find a kill. There are a lot of rests possible here. Should he be able to get down Perfectix as well? There's just 2 more left to deal with. That nade, though, could be absolutely horrible for them. It's going to bounce up. It's going to bounce over. Somehow does 2 damage to anyone, but with Simsi losing teammates here, that should be the end of it. Let's see. Perfectix is alive. It's going to wrap around. 40 damage done to Simsi. He's going to be able to wrap behind the building. Calvin is still alive and possible. It's going to be possible to get the res up there. Simsi's going to wrap around the side. If he goes down here, we're looking at a 30.1 game performance by Apex in the next for them to qualify, which is, I would say, probably going to be too much to ask for. But Simsi is not out yet. Calvin is still alive as well, but Tulans will fall. And Simsi needs to make a 1v2 again.
He can get a really nice little water flank here if he plays the edge. Not going to opt to go for it, though. He's going to come back over to the other side of the garage. And actually, Lou going to get back on his feet. So it actually brings it back to a 1v3. Now, the fact that they didn't get these kill credits. Meanwhile, Etiquette actually going to find James and Ibby on the push into the Prio here. Clip going to find Dentalus Huith now out the window. Going to try and swing onto the backside. Clip, can he get his gun out quick enough? He does, but Kepper good for the trade there. So just Mexi left. He's at half HP.
Yeah, there he is, Mexi, trying to wrap around the side. I was going to say, where is he in all of this? But he is up close now with level 3 gear as well. Trying to hold off Apex out in 15th. And, well, if that doesn't mean that they ain't going to qualify, I don't know what is. They're looking to get a 30-point game next game if they want to do it. Let's see now, Mexi, if you can get these 2 kills, he has a potential 3 teammates to rest, but it's not going to be an easy one.
So Mexi desperately trying to find something to push off of.
Yeah.
So Reset get this other res though, it's not good for him.
He has to find an angle from which he can get it like 1 peek at this. Oh my lord, of all the teams in the universe.
Oh my god.
Here comes the SMG gang. Is this Team Submachine Gun? Is that the new? Is it TSMG? Is that the new? The new.
Have
TSM
you not noticed
tag?
us say that 10 times now, Toby? We've been calling them TSMG for the last two days. What? What? Mexi, how did you? Dude, he popped off the res and got that knock onto Kepper.
Just Mexi things, you know? Just Mexi things. Finds 1. Here comes Fix. Mexi jumping over, trying to stay put. Clip will fall as a result of it. He finds the flush onto Hughes as well. Thendalos is all that's left now. I mean, to be fair, all these 3 teams pretty safe in their qualifier spots as for now. So, just watch and enjoy, guys. This is all entertainment for you.
This has been going on for like 7 minutes now.
It really has. It's kind of stupid.
DSM are just W-keying with SMGs.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can't fault them. It's been working so far. Oh, did they see him? I think they saw Thendalos jump out. Oh, I think Mexi saw some opponents there too. To be fair, Mexi has level 3 key against SMGs. That's probably the best way you want to be set up for it. But Nates are still a factor. And to be fair, that UMP did do a lot more damage than I thought it was going to him. Thendalos is still inside.
I don't think Thendalos survived.
No. Nope, he's chilling. It's all good for now. I was just throwing random nades out the window, because why not? You happen to use anyway, Neil up, has a UMP. I should have a soundboard with the sound of me flipping my table, because it's too expensive for me to actually flip my table with this, like with the equipment that I have on it. But I really wish that I could do that, because there is way too many UMPs in this game. Do you have that on your soundboard by any chance, Hypuck?
I actually don't know. The only 2 things I have on my soundboard are the little jackass riff.
Yeah. Ah, yeah. Gotcha. Well, you should play that every single time TSM pulls up on a compound. Because something, all this, and they landed it too, kind of. Is it fair, now that Apex are in the trouble that they are, to just say Apex and vehicles, question mark? Because to be fair, that would have been by no means an easy push, but a doable one had it not been because they were flying around in that vehicle. And also, 4 guys in 1 car, that's not what you want to be doing with games that cost you so much. Ibis as a bison.
No. That is a fair point.
If you think about it, like, think of how many situations they're looking for him still. Jesus Christ!
They're actually just
think of how many
one by one.
Think of how many situations Apex have found themselves in where they've either lost a player or something else has happened that's gone against them in this tournament alone. That has had to do with the vehicles. That could be the deciding factor now. And had it not happened, they could have qualified. Or at least force the last game to only be a 10-point game rather than a now like 25 to 30-point game. Either way, that's all in the past. Let's see now if Northern Lights can stay alive here. I'm wondering what guns bystanders are using now that they qualified too. Iro found the Leah. That's with the UMP. I'm trying to maintain my competitive mindset while casting this, but what I'm seeing in the kill feed is not really making it any easier.
No. Danimon actually getting the response back onto Maxi. Another player joining the mix of this compound, by the way. Another solo at that as well. Fex cheating a little bit. He's going to get the SLR tap because he will pull Tornado Energy out in 12th.
Are we about to see a 4v4 SMG fight between Redline and TSM? Redline full-on sent it towards TSM when they saw it was them down there. They want to have... There's the first knock. Is this TDM? Because I'm seeing a lot of SMGs in the kill feed right now. Vex pushing forward. Who wins the Bison?
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Yep. Vex is back at it. And now Marv with the SLR. Will he be allowed to shoot? No. There's a code of honor that you have to uphold, and that is you have to use SMGs in those fights. Therefore, Marv doesn't. He's going to run down the hill and get out his UMP. In the meantime, this take World War II reenactment trench fight will now commence. 303 trying to hold off ends as they make their way into the open here.
TSM, yeah. TSM still gets, yeah, win streak seeing TSM in the kill feed. They're like, yeah, okay, let's go up there. Let's take the AR versus SMG fights for the kill points.
TSM has 10 kills with SMGs this game. Vex has 6 kills this game. Down they go though. 5 kills for Wanderer as he eliminates the guys. Krustenma trying to jump over the top, get a kill, not gonna work. Tixer is there for the trade though. Chris falls as well. Coprian out on them. Last 2 guys left alive for 303. So they try to stay put here with ends. Really knocking on the door. They want to take over with the circle going somewhat north as well. You can split this area between 2 teams, but you really don't want to have to.
No, you're right. You don't want to be forced into that position to do so, especially with with that hill after we're on. It does kind of create a secondary layer of pressure. So if you can deal with it, give yourself a little bit of breathing room. It's always better to do that earlier rather than later.
Navi trying to peek over the top here. Solid nade on point. Not that much damage done though. I gotta say, Hypok, I mean, the only team that really has a valid storyline coming into next game is Apex, and that storyline is they need like 15 kills and a win. How many SMGs are we gonna see next game?
I mean, it could be easy to win a game with ARs.
That's what I was thinking. Like, if next game is the game for Apex, then I mean, to be honest, if they have a good game and everyone else is trolling and they just get into the Apex harvesting mode, that's the best chance for you to get points. If everyone else is running around with SMGs and you have a chance of just peppering them with ARs, that's pretty fortunate. What are we looking at? Let's see, 92 points for Apex. Obviously, they're dead in this game, so they can't get any more here. And their realistic cutoff is going to be 126 with Pink Pony, which means that, yeah, a 34-point game next game. Can we write that one off? We probably can't.
I mean, we were talking about Liquid earlier. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but it is very unlikely. I would love to see it, but
yeah. Oh, that's a good nade right on point. It would require Liquid to go out early with 0, a 24 kill win from Apex, and then both bystanders and win streaks to surpass them. I don't think there's enough kills in the server. I mean, there are theoretically, but I mean, to be fair, ignoring that, if we go back and say that game that Liquid did have on Miramar where they get themselves a 3rd place, had that not happened, had it been just an overall tough day for them, we could have seen them currently sitting in 16 behind bystanders, and then it was just a Apex needs to catch up to Liquid. So while that's not relevant anymore, it goes to, I mean, I guess it oh my god, almost had the triple there. Kemba will fall. It goes to, I guess you could say, to confirm the, not suspicion, that's the wrong word, but maybe the fear is also not the right word. I just can't find the right word in English. The discomfort in seeing them qualify to finals the way they have. But I mean, they're not the only team, right? Ratio Edge failing to qualify. That's a pretty damn massive storyline as well. So, and also other tournaments we've had where top teams didn't qualify in the top spot, they have still made a great showing in the finals. So I think this is going to be a great time for Liquid now after this next game is going to be over. Great time for them to just completely reset, like mentally, physically, whatever they have to do, go out and reset and be ready for the finals. Because we know, as Frost said as well, we know Liquid, they show up in finals, and they probably will here too.
Oh my god.
The triple kill.
Creeping.
Oh, he needs an extended. He needs an
six
extended
heads.
mag. He needs an extended mag.
I mean, you basically need to reload after every knock with 19 bullets in the clip with the Vector.
He needs an extended. He doesn't have a ghillie suit, so he's gonna be invisible for a little while. Oh my god, 2 off the bike with 1 clip. Brrr, that's 1.
We actually did get both of them.
What? What?
Oh my god. That was absolutely brilliant. Dude, the fact that one of them was like half HP, so he actually didn't need to reload with the Vector, just set that up perfectly for him.
I'm at a loss for words. This is so absurd. This is so absurd. To be honest, Vector, damn scary up close. But we're just seeing so many things that should never happen. Navi, we're so sorry we haven't given you the credit you deserve because you just won yourself a game there. Solid game from them, 6 kills, but we are entering absolute and utter clown fiesta mode with this group stage coming to an end, and I'm just getting more and more confused with every kill we see in the kill feed.
Well, we make an interesting point. If this trend kind of spreads like the wildfire already is in this lobby, there are a couple of teams that could capitalize on this. And I'm not joking. If everybody's running around with SMGs, then now's the time I want to be pulling up on those teams.
You kind of have to, right? I mean, especially if you're Apex, we always talk about 24 kill win. It is, if not unlikely and impossible, then, well, odds of me winning in the lottery is probably equally big. It's very unheard of getting a 24 kill win, and that's what they're up against for the next game, and they're going to be going up against that against a lot of SMGs. So, Desk, have fun breaking this one down. It's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Is it? I don't know. That was quite the game. Apex, our hope for excitement, goes out with 1 kill. Unfortunate for them, but honestly, Martin, it feels like they've been hunted this entire game. Every time someone sees them in the kill feed, it's like 6 packs show up to take them out.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's they've been struggling in kind of being contested in the drop area that they're not usually contested on this one. But again, they are a team chasing, and there's other teams that are below them that want to place above them as well and potentially take them down. You know, they are very contested at the moment, and win streak at this point have already taken over the 16th place. So now it's for win streak. It's about denying them, and here a crash into a kind of unfortunate situation for them as well. Like Northern Lights is far beyond qualified, so they just want to fight. So they just pull up for fight. Liquid as well on etiquette here in this situation, also rough, but overall quite interesting games in terms of kind of the situations overall and what's happening and mechanical skill and gun choice. But in terms of who's qualified and who's not qualified, it's pretty much all decided. This though from Marv was quite nutty.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough. We know that we talked about how Apex should be chasing the kills, right? And we see them, first of all, take farm again. It was kind of a favorable circle, but let's be realistic. How many kills are you going to get there if it doesn't end there? It's not going to be a lot. Then they go on the hard shift to the west. They go down to Sharkfin, which is basically on the edge, the east edge of the circle. They're not going to find too many people over there either. And then, of course, the crash onto NLT. Well, at least they tried. But that is not the right time to do some tactical flips when we have 4 people in the vehicle there. And It didn't end up well. It was down to a 1v1, but NLT, they got the res up and it ended up with a 3 versus 1. So yeah, it's going to be rough for them in the last game here.
So Apex again on the right side of that match leaderboard. Unfortunately, that's the wrong side for them to be on. Na'Vi, however, comes out with another big win, 16 points, ends up there at 14, and win streak. Really, they started serious and aggressive. They're going to finish serious and aggressive. Martin, when today started, I said, well, win streak's going to need a big day, bigger than anything they've done before, plus 15 points over their average. They came out and absolutely dominated. And at this point, I'm no longer believing that it's maybe because of trolling and opening opportunities. It feels like they just have finally kind of found something that works for them.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, like I want to point out though, 5 teams here with double-digit points means, you know what, like there's a lot of stuff happening, and it's very top heavy at the moment. Win streak has really been performing here, as you say. Like they have really shown us this. And toughest, this is the kind of level that I was hoping to from them from the start. But yeah. I'm happy to see them step up and perform at this level, I will say.
Let's still go to side by side of Ents and Na'Vi. Ents comes out in that second spot, 8 kills, but a heck of a lot of damage. Na'Vi continuing their climb at the top, 44 points on the day, puts them in a pretty comfortable position. And I will say this, that you know, we talked to Na'Vi not too long ago and asked if you have a message for FaZe as you sort of go into the grand finals, the defending champions. And I would say that this is a pretty clear message to them. Na'Vi is ready to play. It's the age of Na'Vi, and they want to go deep when it gets to the finals. They're not goofing around at all, are they, Froz?
Not at all. Now you can see that they're still playing their normal game, how they play towards the edge side and trying to control as much as possible, making sure that they always try to take one side and they don't overstep their boundaries. They take it one step at a time, they work their way in, and they get those wins. And that's what we kind of see. If they don't get the kills, they're always going to get the win at least. Like this one, 6 kills. It's not a lot, but hey, with the kill on top of that, that's 16 points. That's a really good game. That is a game that a lot of the other teams needs. And we also see teams like Ends, for example, is still chasing a win. They still haven't gotten themselves a win here in the group stage. You'd think that, well, Ents they're doing pretty decent. They should have a win by now. But no, they haven't. Same thing with win streak. Win streak, of course, only today maybe started popping off. Haven't got themselves a win yet. But again, they're doing such a phenomenal job chasing the kills. And that's what we want to see. This is what we want to see from Apex as well. Chasing the kills, make sure, even if we go out on a 7th place, we're going to have 11 kills on top of that. And it's going to be all fine. It's a decent game. Actually, a really good game, I mean.
There's a reality, Martin, to the fact that we don't know what's next. We don't know if there's a PCS4. We don't know if there's invite tournaments. We don't sort of know what the next format is. And despite not making grand finals, 17 through 24 has sort of a last day to make a statement, to do maybe what After Alt is doing, which is putting up 30 points in a day, saying, listen, we're not irrelevant. Consider us with whatever happens in the future. And I think that's an important thing for some of these teams to remember.
Yeah, and on top of that, last day here to perform and also show that you can make it into the top 16 is also kind of a shout for that. I think that's a great moment for Win Streak to really prove that they deserve it to be in the top 16. And, well, we don't know. We could see them go into the grand finals and get a top 8 and then maybe get, you know, down the road an invite from a third party or a major or whatever. We don't know what's in the future. Nothing is written yet. So you want to perform to your best at all times, for sure.
100% agree with that. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Na'Vi in the lead with 226, a massive jump, as Northern Lights and Digital Athletics are playing a significant amount of catch-up at this point. They're just basically not going to be able to close that on the home stretch with 1 game less to play. TSM at 5th. They've actually had a very good day in terms of rising up the boards, despite the fact that they've been having a lot more fun than one might expect. On the opposite side, Apex, who was kind of the hope to maybe get that 16th spot at the start of the day, Froz, is still only at 92. They're not even projected to beat the 106 we started the day with.
I mean, honestly, by now, I don't think it's going to happen. It's a very slight chance that they'll make it through. They're going to have a record-breaking day. We're talking about 18 kill win is the record here so far, but they need, what, like a 24-kill win? That is almost impossible, but I mean, you heard Hypuck, you heard Toby talk about it. Everyone's using SMGs. This is your chance to actually shine if you want to. So maybe they'll do that. And you talk about TSM,
Yeah.
they got 33 points today. 32 of those are from kills.
I mean, the issue with the SMG is, I think Hypox said it best. I take advantage of that. Like, if there was ever a time to pull up on somebody, the converse of that is the only time you ever don't want to slide up to a guy in a car is when he's holding a Vector. That's it's a recipe for disaster. So I do not envy Apex in the bullpen right now, sitting there trying to figure out how do we do this. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a couple of players who are just frustrated and probably don't have a path to victory in their heads, Martin.
Like, I just want to say at this point, like a 24 kill chicken dinner, as Frost was pointing out, or look, this one is a far fetched as well, right? A 23 kill chicken, a 23 kill chicken dinner, and they take over either win streak or bystanders who go out in zero placement, win 0 kills. That could also be unlikely, very unlikely. But that is, I mean, you play the lottery to win the millions, right? And it's very, very small, slim chance.
If I was bystanders or win streak, I'd be very wary of my drop right now, just in case. Because if you are going to try to go for, like you said, the 23 and the win, you may as well start it with a big bang on a team that makes you, like, requires one less kill, Fraz. So that could be pretty interesting. Do you think we'll see a hot drop?
Honestly, I don't think so, because they need to do it stable, but at the same time, as you're saying, they need to take out one of the teams, either bystanders or win streak. They need to make sure one of those teams doesn't get any points on this game. If they get one more point, that means one more point for you to catch up to. And even if you're going to hot drop them, if you lose one player to them, that means 1 point to them and one less player for you to try to clutch out the game.
The 2-2 split.
Just trying to find ways to make it fascinating. Martin, final thoughts before we jump into the last match of the game?
Yeah, I'm predicting Apex to do a 2-2 split on win streak and on bystanders. Kill all 8 of them to begin the game, and then just smack over to TSM, take an SMG, fight with them, and then they have 12 kills, and then we got the whole thing started, right?
I can only dream of such a moment. Fraz, quick thought before we go?
Last game to go. I just want to see what team is going to get most SMG kills in this one.
All right, that's it. Let's watch the SMG kills. Guys, it's time for the final game of the PCS3 Europe group stages. Let's see how it plays out as we head now to the field with Hypoc and Toby.
I just gotta say, I love how Martin just laid out that entire strat there with all they had to do, and then they realized once they've done that, they're still only halfway there in terms of kills. they need to wipe out.
But yeah, it would be
6 squads.
That it would be that, and then
wipe
another 15 kills, and then win the game.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I had kind of hoped, to be fair, I was kind of hoping that we would just see like 16 teams, or maybe 15 with the exception of Apex, go into Pachinki. But that's not the case, at least in terms of loot spots. Teams are being somewhat realistic, other than the fact that Apex are currently parachuting towards ruins. Maybe out of fear that they'd be contested. I'm not sure, but they're going down with win streak as they know that, well, Martin said it. First they kill win streak, 0 points. Then they kill bystanders. They just rotate down to military, kill them, 0 points. And then they then they find 4 more teams to kill and win the game. That is the strategy. That is the storyline for this final game of the group stages here as PCS3 Europe. The circle, well, they got players inside. Let's see what's going to happen and how many weird, wonky things we'll see in this one.
I'm just...
over to you, Hypoc, with the analysis.
I'm looking at it now. Like, Apex are in between win streak split. Like,
it's just... Well, there's SMG.
Here goes
the only players on the team who do not want SMG right now are Apex. That's where we look. That's where we sit in. Oh.
Stalemate.
I'm ready for the. Yeah, I'm ready for the Hypoc play-by-play. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Bring it, Hypoc.
No.
Yeah, no. Simsy, why do you have a UMP? Why does Calvin have a Tommy gun? Are they just embracing the meme at this point? Maybe it's because they saw how great success TSM was having with the UMP that now they're trying to do it too, and now they're realizing, oh no, it doesn't work for us. And you can see they're frustrated, and understandably so. It's been a really tough day for them. Keep in mind, they started out the day. Oh my lord, Max is so take them out one by one. Ivel, it's on you, buddy. It is all on you. Can you go out now, get this one, and then find another 23 kills? Or maybe just get one and get the rest up to your teammates, because at least Calvin isn't flushing everyone. He only took down one so far. Jumps over 1 HP. The comeback here would be absolutely historical. From 1 HP to qualifying.
They got him.
There's your start. Now comes Wanderer. Oh, he's looking for it. Oh no. Wanderer is in a hurry. He knows he's over there. He knows there's 4 kills
Look at
opportunity.
their faces, dude.
They're frustrated. I mean, keep in mind, Apex started out the day ahead of win streak. And when you look at the kill feed now, it doesn't show that at all. And there it is, the mutant up close. It's gonna be what gets the end of them. Calvin's frustrated, you can tell. They're all just removing their webcams instantly. They are not happy. And as I said, understandably so. They qualified here. They made it here. They did not deliver when it came to the group stages, and understandable frustration there.
Do you know what? Like, to draw one positive out of this, I'm glad Apex have come into this and they said, look, our win condition is X. Let's go from the very start.
Yeah.
You got to, again, they've come off the back of a really impressive DreamHack performance in my eyes. It's definitely a positive, and look at this as a hiccup. Definitely not anything to hang their heads in shame, but definitely back to the drawing board for next time.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's still a lot of potential on that roster, and they you can't take away from them the fact that they have had really good performances. It's just a matter of being able to consistently going out and deliver, which is fortunate for them. The group stages here have not quite been a thing, but they were close. Unfortunately, just not close enough to get into those grand finals, which now is essentially set in stone. So this game, consider it a show match. At this point, it's since there's no prize pool for the top placements in terms of who gets what spots coming into the finals. There's no, that could be another incentive to go, like, if you qualify to the grand finals in first place, you get like 10 points to start off the grand finals with. So the higher your placement points in the group stages, the more points you start with. Would that be a thing?
I like the full reset because it does give the opportunity.
I mean, I do it too.
Well, actually, 303 opting to pull up onto pull up. Interesting decision, but we'll see how it goes for them.
Well, at this point, they do whatever you want.
Why not? Yeah.
Wait, there is still a storyline to be said. I think pull up needs like a 40 kill. No, wait. 303 needs like a 50 kill win to qualify. That's a storyline, right?
I mean, we can start pushing it now that Apex are dead, yeah.
That's what I was thinking. There's got to be something. There's got to be something still. Now, let's see. Pull up. All these guys, they qualified here. They made it here, and they deserve to... They deserve the respect of having a good casted fight for them here. Let's see. Van C's going to find Yuri. Anonymous around the corner. Oh, nice hold there by Creator. Both of them are going to fall. There's just one more left alive. Now, really unfortunate. That's actually Chris, and he's way down towards the south. Out of position. You can see Anna a little frustrated with that one. Thought he had the angle, but wasn't able to get it. Chris, shots fired. Will he find him? No, he won. 303. Gonna fall. The team that qualified as against the world are going to fall now in 15th place. But finish your thought from before we got interrupted. You like the reset because?
Well, just because it does give the opportunity. I'm not saying it doesn't give you the opportunity to run around with SMGs. I mean, it does give you the opportunity to do what you want, but it gives you the opportunity to really kind of set yourself up for learning the lobby, learning teams' tendencies. If teams are gonna want to change anything up, it does give you an opportunity to to do that. And at the same time, you know, some teams, like I said earlier, in game 1 today, like not showing their hand in the group stages, keeping some strat or some setup for another team in the back pocket until the last moment. So I do generally like the format the way it is with that lobby reset.
I must admit that I tend to agree. I'm just trying to find a way for the players to maybe want to try hard throughout the group stages. But we'll see. Maybe this tournament could be the springboard, at least for discussion to be had, of things to be changed. Oh, Fix. The Atomic Gun Master is pushing forward. M16 in the hands of Allstring. Ain't gonna matter. Miracle's gonna find it with a nade. M16 and a Tommy Gun. And Fix just got 2 flushes. Wanderer, not quite so. SKS and Barrel, weapon of choice. Understandably so. A little bit of, you have to argue, somewhat better weapon combination. But is he going to take the shot now? I mean, they did just kill the only team that had any chance in the universe of preventing them from qualifying.
Oh, no. Fex. Dude, come on. Has he just upgraded to a Groza?
Where's he going to get all the 7s from? I mean, they did also take all the arm ammo before and then left the arm behind. So maybe it took a Groza without the ammo, just to be fair, you know. Wanderer taps twice. Can't get more in there, and that's his opportunity. Lost, unfortunately, last player alive for the team. Want to get a good showing in to finish off the game. He's going to smoke off the bike, take it immediately. Maybe he didn't need that smoke after all, or maybe actually he did need that smoke. He didn't allow for it to bloom. I thought he was going to be safe from that angle, but no. Able to get out of there, at least for now, with 10 HP. And you just heard the clink sound too. That was completely destroyed, Iroh. Oh my lord. That caught me by surprise. Well, there's a pull-up.
Yeah, I think Pay's going to get the better of Goose as well on the pull-up.
Able to stay alive through the first one. There comes... What are we watching? What in the universe is this? Goose will fall. After all, having had a really good qualifier to the tournament, they, I think it's safe to say they have not lived up to probably their own expectations either. Not the best showing here in the group stages, and they will have to go back to the drawing board too, in trying to see what they can work on for tournaments to come.
Oh, the molly's actually perfect on the doorway. Is it going to spread onto the kitchen counter? I don't think it is. Greg going to be able to stick that first aid kit, but Omega now committing to this pull-up. They're going to try and surround this compound. Hopefully try and get some value here. I think we might see some Game 6 scrims continuation to this game, Toby.
You know what the worst thing is? That even with you saying that, even though that might be the case, this game is still not weirder than that game we had 3 days ago. Like, there's still more sense to be made with this match than what there was with that one.
Yeah,
that's what scares me the most. That's what scares me the most. The fact that this game actually has more sense to it than the other one did. Vex obviously now fully committed to the Groza. I guess you could argue that the Groza is a 7.62 SMG with the size of it and all. So maybe we'll let it slide. Will we? I'm not sure. Bago is going to get Vasco on. Vasco is up to play the UMP as well. So more teams now joining in on the SMG Fiesta. Maybe it's just them testing it out. You know, I mean, again, the next tournament that will be played after this one is most likely going to be in what we have now as the main patch. And if the barrel gets nerfed to the extent that we've seen on test servers now, then you might as well now try out new things. Get used to the different, like, recoil on certain guns and test the waters.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to make sense of this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. No. Yeah. I mean, now's the time to play about, right?
Exactly.
When you can throw away a few games, I guess.
You never know when the meta's going to change. I'm still looking for the person to play double DMRs though. I've always thought that could be a thing if you have someone that was just really good at tapping, like really fast too. Up close SKS is like it's in terms of time. When there's a VSS, I was as a VSS. Okay, now we're just. The worst thing is they have no idea where they're getting shot from.
Yeah. I mean, Omegan dragging this one out for a long time, to be honest. Barco and Danimon still causing issues. I mean, Danimon, I guess, venting his frustrations on the fence there. Jempty going to find him. T-Bone finds the last one. After all, out in 13th. Uvas going to pull back a little bit. Some more umping going on elsewhere. Quizzy going to find Flammy in transition.
Yeah, of course, he's trying to back off here, understandably so. And Liquid, well, they haven't opted to go the SMG way, despite this game not having the biggest impact for them. They're up against the SMG crew on the other side, though. Orange as well, Navi, no reason for them to do that. Vehicle's actually gonna knock them off. Yeah, exactly. That's unfortunate. Liquid trying to maybe put a little more makeup on the overall leaderboards to not make it look as if they had a tougher time as they did for the quarterbacks.
Actually, getting a little bit sandwiched in here, to be honest with you. Eves does find Orange with the VSS. I'm gonna pull back away from that now. Team's still on the deck. A little smirk from...
Yeah, from Orange. When he saw in the kill feed what weapon he got killed by. I think there was a small laugh there for a split second. And then he realized that he got killed by VSS. And then he probably got a little more frustrated than laughing. He's ready to riot. And Navi trying to wrap around. But he's got to commit to holding that ankle if that's what he's expecting. Clip is still getting healed back up. Mexis on the other side. And Eevee's real main task is holding this angle. Now, best of luck. I like the fact that he went into the field to get it off angle. Spots Eevee. It's going to allow for Navi to push forward, knowing that he's behind the tree. Great angle and great push from Tab. And that right there is just clear-cut communication. Really smart play by Navi and wrapping around.
Yeah. And they'd be actually going to get confirmed out with the nade. Clip. 28 HP. He's going to try and away from this one, but Navi looking like they're wrapping back towards the west side here. Look over on the east side. I mean, Quizzy on the outside of the circle here as well, Toby.
He's just farming. Farming in the blue. Not really in a hurry to go anywhere. In the meantime, Ibro, I think he tried to rest Vex, accidentally jumped into a vehicle. We'll be able to get him up, though. Miracle is holding the angle. Finds Yellow. More bystanders players to be taken down. Still, Nate is going to be from forward. That's a good one. Doesn't do as much damage as I thought it might. But does allow for your to push a little further forward.
Senya and Navi still trying to pressure Liquid as they try and rotate away. Going to take the one story on the backside of this hill, just to the southeast of Etiget's compound. They will be able to survive for the time being. Miraku now with the vector push. He gets shut down by Yort. Unfortunate there for you to close the distance a little further. Iro bleeding out. Fex doing us dirty. M16 and a Groza.
And a pistol to get the flushes in there as well for Rust and Ma. There is Squeaky with the VSS. The A falls in 12th.
Oh, nice shots from Fex. I think he did just spot Yort as well.
TSM gets more kills when they're trolling than some teams that are really trying to win games do when they're trying. You know, and that's the weird thing, because I think when you play, it does something to you. When we see it oftentimes where the teams that doesn't really have anything to lose just like have fun, and then all of a sudden they start racking up points, and you go, how does this even make sense? But it does something to you, I think, when you play without a care. You go a little more ballsy sometimes, you take risks you wouldn't normally, and then oftentimes because you are going up against teams that really are doing their very best to win, then you can kind of overrun them in different ways than what you normally could have been just like in the middle of a tournament. DPS VSS. Huh. This game is weird, Hyper.
I mean, it is Game 6 scrims. There's no other way really to. I think now, obviously, we know what we're looking at in terms of qualifications. So I guess the players know that too. So it's going to try and put on a show for the final game of the day. Not sure really anybody's making smart moves right now, Toby. But they definitely want to carry on with the death matching.
Oh my lord, that nade straight on the feet. Fiber is going to get the knock on towards him. Vanty found himself an almost will. Those are the boring weapons, the good guns. We don't want to see that. We want to see Squeaky get a knock with that DPS from way up there. That'd be impressive. I'd pay to see that. Rusted one out, trying to get an off angle. Yeah, he has to. That's a mutant. That's something. This is where they play. Like now the pros are gonna start like being toxic and writing on Twitter that they don't like the new settings or the competitive settings because there aren't enough SMG spawns. You know, they simply can't find them, so they're forced to play all the good guns. Like, where are my VSS spawns when I need them? Surprisingly enough, I've seen 3 VSSs already. They must have looted extra trying to find worse weapons.
Northern Lights still getting bullied into this dip here. Ents getting closer and closer. So Luke gonna have to hold the line here, but actually the circle shifts back over to this side. You can see on the minimap.
Yep.
Very, very hard northwest shift. Squeaky gonna get Perfectix down with the nade. Gonna follow up a second on the way in there.
Oh no. Oh no, here they fall. Nope, not done just yet, Diggory. Is the one trying to hold the end ship afloat here in the final game of the group stages. Not gonna work out for him though. Vancy is there. Olaf pull up. Did just that. Pull up on the position. Claiming points. Now a Northern Lights fold immediately after. I liked how I think Squeaky might have seen Fuzzface's tweet with him and Fex sharing the DPS moment they had, and then Squeaky was like, "Aw, I want to be part of that club too." But no, Squeaky, never happened.
Well, the good thing is Fex did find a Tommy gun to upgrade his Groza, so...
True. Wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Now,
I mean, look, even with those guns, look at the stats that he's still able to put up. He's still first in kill averages as well.
That's what frustrates me. That's what... That's where... Thank you. I have a feeling that he would have gotten that kill that he had a barrel. That might just be me. That might just be me trying to make sense.
I don't know what makes you think that.
No, me neither. Well, that's what's frustrating as an analyst. Seeing something that's not supposed to work. Something you're trying to explain to viewers
today, Toby.
Yeah, I know, but you still try to be somewhat analytical, you know. I've been fighting. I've been fighting a battle.
You should come cast some NA games then, Toby. That's all I'll tell you.
No.
This is just another day in my book.
Is it though? I hope not. I've seen enough NA games to know that there are some sense to be made over there too. Let's see now though. Navi, they won the last game. They might have a chance to bring in this one too. And to be fair, I mean, this is a show match, so it doesn't really matter too much. But we'll see. We'll see if anyone can bring out some good fun here in the end of it. Then, yep, over the top spots. Ooh. Loki will find him, but there's still one. Oh, he saw him. I was gonna say if Creator stays prone for a while, you might be able to catch them off guard. Not gonna happen. Trading 1 for 1. Good play on Senya's part there to spot him out.
Super
Unfortunately,
split.
but Tap couldn't quite get the angle. Yeah, it's a really, really wide split. They've won the compound too.
The Creator and Lukey should be secured here. And I mean, Bent's, he's got an uphill angle, but oh my god, the shift's back in. Actually, Navi's Hill's still going to be playable for the next circle.
Well, we'll see if they can win it. Just 2 players left alive. There's a 3-man team in pull-up, but they have 1 guy knocked up on the hillside, which I don't really consider to be resible at this point with Navi sitting where they are. So duos galore and a solo player out towards the east from bystanders trying to potentially have an impact on the end of this one.
Luki actually still bleeding out. Ben's going to go for this. There's no way, right?
He could.
No.
He's out of line of sight, I would think. And if one of them fall, if Mexi, I mean, even if he doesn't get the kill, but if he starts shooting, like forces him down to take cover, just for us. Oh, nope. There where he is. He's dead. Dead. Let's see now. Duos, solo. How is this one gonna fare? Yord is dead.
We bystanders, but we know they've already done the necessary, so it doesn't have too much of an effect here. Gonna see how this one comes to an end. Again, 8 players alive, phase 6. It's not going to be an action-packed end game.
Nah, it probably won't be. Okay, so Hybuck, while Benz has just given up, he's just sitting in the car. He's just waiting. He's actually sitting in the car.
I like this, actually.
I was going to try and say something. Yeah. I was going to try and say something that made sense, but then it didn't. They're not. They don't
see him.
Oh, they are.
No, he does see him.
Gonna see him. I like that. Yeah, might as well just sit on the back of the bogey there. Either way, I was thinking now that we have probably the rest of this game of downtime. What is something that, because the finals are starting sooner, rather like soon enough. What is your biggest storyline coming into the finals? Like for teams that made it there. While we're not going to cast it, what is something that you're looking forward to see in the finals? Like one of the biggest interests of the finals to you?
I mean, for me, it's always nice. We did talk about Liquid briefly earlier, but it's always nice to see them kind of, I don't want to say backs up against the wall, but when it matters, just stepping up to that very next level. As I say that, actually, Fancy going to be running rings around Liquid right now. Well, the duo, at least, of Mexi and Clib. Really using that nade to good effect. Yeah, he did. He literally just did a full lap of the building there.
Yeah.
Back to the window that he vaulted out of.
But
yeah, no, it's always nice to see Liquid kind of step up, because I think they definitely are a finals team. Like I said, there's been some madness in the group stages. It's fair to say that, Toby.
Yes.
But at the same time, I don't think we've really had any upsets. Maybe you could say Apex, Raise Your Edge, are 2 that I maybe would have predicted to go through. But we haven't got any major upsets here in the group stage, and that's what I look forward to in the finals, is having a really well-rounded lobby.
Yeah. Hopefully more sense will be made once we make it to the grand finals. I think one of the surprises to me, honestly, is Pink Pony. The fact that they qualified.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't expect to see them potentially be able to do so, but they were one of my teams that I would have gone with. Well, they probably won't, but also, I mean, they qualified 16th, so it wasn't a massive performance for them. But let alone the fact that they qualify, I think is.
Do you know what as well?
Pretty impressive.
Northern Lights and DA. It's been good to see them perform the way they have. Northern Lights was one that, kind of dropped off the beat a little bit. I don't want to say that they've played terrible, but they definitely haven't played the way they had towards the start of the year. They were definitely a dark horse in kind of the top 5 running very early on, and they did kind of let off the gas a little bit. So it's been good to see Northern Lights return, and it's been good to see Marco step into DA, and that change there I think is probably one of the biggest impacts we've seen in a roster change.
That's what I was going to say too, because we've seen Northern Lights play on the top before. They won the Charity Showdown. They've been up there. DA hasn't.
Yeah.
They've always been on the cusp of being great, but they never have been. I don't.
Yeah, but middle of the pack.
I'm talking exactly. I'm talking like they've for a very, very long time been at the very top of a Turkish and MEA PUBG. But on the when I say global scale now, I mainly just mean EMEA scene. The regional scale, they have never gone out and they've had their one game wonder games, but we've never seen them as consistent and as dominant as they have been in this group stage. And I think that's, to me at least, probably one of the main storylines, seeing if they can continue that success into the grand finals. Oh, they're running into a trap. Senya's going to shoot them in the back now.
See, actually, things flip on its head a little bit. Clip and Mexi, I don't think I have any idea where both Na'Vi players are. You can see Mexi still expecting contact at the top of the hill. Maybe he's just looking to take this high ground, actually. I like this move from Mexi. If he can wrap all the way above the tab, it's going to give him a really, really good opportunity to pressure into this Phase 8 as it closes in.
We had 4 players alive at 25 minutes. That's scrim 6 for you. Mexi over the top. He's gonna spot a kangaroo towards the edge of the circle with the name of Senya. I mean, his team color is kind of kangaroo color anyway, isn't it? Isn't that the kind of aren't kangaroos kind of orange looking?
They're not orange, Toby.
No, not orange, but orange brown, like brown orange. I'm really trying here, Hyper. Come on, cut me some slack.
A sandy brown, I'll give it to you.
Fair enough. 7 smokes. Is it going to be a pan fight in the middle? Is it going to be a fight for victory and glory? We will know in just a short moment. Circle's going to start diving dead center in 10 seconds. And Senya will have to peek over the top, so will Tap. They know now of the split and the trap that Na'Vi tried to set up. Let's see who's going to be able to execute it better. A storyline that probably won't be that impactful coming into the finals is that should Na'Vi win this one. That's 2 wins in a row. And they also had a 2nd place today. So overall, I mean, fighting their way through the chaos, it's been a pretty good day for Na'Vi.
As indeed, again, continuing that momentum they have had. Now, smoke line drawn down towards the central point. The ending spot, Mexi and Clib playing time on this one. They're trying to wait for Na'Vi to come through. I think they're just going to throw up the vape niche. A lot of smoke cover coming down here. I don't think they're in too much of a rush to make a move here, Toby.
Nah. 2 minutes to go until the circle is in. Mexi got shot at. He's going to shoot it where the Traitors came in from, but Senya response immediately after. Now, let's see. Mexi versus Senya. Well, will it be Mexi versus Senya with the help of Clip on his side? Tap scrolling for info. Knows he's not going to be resting this one. And Clip ain't going for... Oh, ain't going to get picked up immediately after there. Mexi. Is he gonna go for it now? Oh, damage done with that nade. Not that much, though. Senya throws down, spots him on the top, and Mexi will find the win. It's a seal of the end of the group stage of PCS. Coming into this game, it was pretty much dialed in already how it was gonna look, but now we have it confirmed which 16 teams will go through. I'm sure the desk will go over that in just a few, but what a tournament it's been so far, Hyper.
Yeah, fantastic group stage. I mean, it's been really awesome to see. I mean, a couple of the teams we've already covered in the end game there, but just always great to see teams step up and deliver in the group stages. I'm really excited for the grand finals, Toby.
It's going to be amazing. So on behalf of Hypoc and I, it's been fun casting the group stages for you. We'll be blessed with other casters for the finals, and we are now going to throw it back to the desk to round off the day.
Well, that is it. PCS3 European Edition Group Stages has come to an end, and it finishes, Martin, with a win for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I can't help myself to put after having a bit of a emotional emoji after this situation here, I can't help but put myself on a little smile for Liquid. I was hoping I'm predicting them to do well today, and they definitely stepped up and showed us that they are ready indeed for our grand finals. Overall, some really interesting games today, both in terms of gun choice, pull-ups, mechanical skill, and show. I will say though, the 16 teams that we have been decided to go into our grand finals. It's some banging teams, and I can't wait to get our grand finals started.
Yeah, I mean, seeing these 16 top teams that we have here, I don't think we want to change up anything from that. Everyone has earned their place to it, and it's just been amazing to follow them throughout the group stage so far. Of course, we had some teams that bombed out Apex, they did a last try in this game. They did what they needed to do. They tried to pull it up there. They tried to win super aggressive from the start. It didn't work out this time, but hey, there's always going to be a next one. So it's all about back to the paperwork, go through what went wrong during this group stage. How can we do it better next time?
Yeah, indeed. And while we see here Liquid coming onto the Cat Hill and Na'Vi fighting Redline. Redline also had some pretty amazing games. I'm quite excited to see them in there as well. TSM though, what a day for them to just show that they want SMGs to be viable in close quarters combat. It's great. It's great to see that they are really advocating for this situation and really showing it can be viable in the correct situations. We saw a lot using the Tommy gun. We've seen the other boys using the Vectors and the UMPs. They are strong indeed. They are pretty strong in terms of shooting limbs if you hit the arms and legs only. But I've been quite happy with how the balance is so far. Barrel has really been dominating the meta so far. Also the M4 for some of the players. Barrel needs a nerf. It's gotten a nerf, and I'm pretty excited to see when we're going to see that in competitive play. I'm quite sure that the rest of PCS3, also for the sake of competitive integrity, we're going to see the same patch being played here. But these guys I'm playing quite a lot, and I cannot go control the barrel just yet. Even though I'm playing with quite a high sensitivity here. Mexi, that was just better in that situation. Liquid taking the last win here.
Yeah, I mean, they're also going to give it now. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, even though you see them using SMGs, TSM, for example, it shows how good of players they are, being able to capitalize on it and get so many points and so many kills using a worse gun than the others, more or less.
Big win for Liquid. It's come with 18 points. Na'Vi, once again, finishing in the top 3. These guys are absolute juggernauts. 59 points on the day. Not too gosh darn shabby. Pull-up shows us some brilliance a bit too late, but it's still a nice bump to the morale to see them on that climb. And, of course, the heartbreaking story from that round was the losing of Apex. And I'm sure you'll see once we get to that overall scoreboard just how hard that was. But there it is. Mixie up on top of that list with 5 kills. But every time that you see Liquid do well, Na'Vi is right there with them, Martin. And I think that story as we move into the grand finals is Na'Vi feels like it's their year or their season.
Na'Vi, yeah, for sure. This second half of the year, for sure. I mean, they have been performing quite well throughout the whole year, and I've been really excited to see how well they've been doing so far. Like I think they're going to be ending around the 60-point mark as well for today as well. So they have really had a standout performance. Quite impressed with how they've been playing, and if they are anywhere close to replicate their performance in the group stage, they will be taking the grand finals with ease.
Another team that's also been very impressive, Patrick, is Digital Athletics. We've seen them move up very, very quickly. They're doing a very good job, and I think a lot of their fans are happy to see that too.
I mean, definitely. They've been playing such a good games here during the group stage. It's so amazing to see how they've been trying and become one of the best teams coming in from the qualifiers. Remember, they were not invited. They went through the qualifiers, got here, and they ended on what I think it was a 3rd place overall in the leaderboard, having second most wins overall in the group stage as well after Na'Vi.
All right, well, I've heard that we have an interview. We're going to get the Wanderer up in here to ask a little bit about how they accomplished their goals today. Welcome from Win Streak, the Wanderer. Congratulations on qualifying. I'll start there.
Thank you guys.
So let's start off with the first question. Today, when you guys came in, you needed to have a very good day. 14 more points than you had scored previously when this group met. So obviously you did that, and then you went well beyond that. But what was your mindset coming in to the games today as you knew you had so much to accomplish?
So our past days were not too good, so we just we're trying to refresh our mind, saying I just don't have any words.
Fair enough, but getting your minds open and coming in fresh, right?
Yeah, right.
Martin.
All right, big congratulations, Wanderer. I want to ask you, what do do you think went wrong with the 3 other days, considering you got the same amount of points in the last 3 days compared to today? What do you think went wrong in the other 3 days, and how do you know how we fixed it, or did you just say, you know what, guys, today we just go full send and we just push everything?
To be honest with you, we didn't change anything. In my opinion, we had like kind of rough games in the past, so that was unlucky planes or circles, wherever. We were losing guys for nothing. I don't know, but we didn't change anything. We just make up our minds, got inspired by by words, by our words, and just did it.
Cool. Awesome. Froz?
I want to start off with saying congratulations for making it to the grand finals. It's great to see you guys making it with this lineup. I've been hyped since I saw this lineup, of course. But I want to ask you, we got some time before the finals now. How are the preparation going to look like for you guys, the whole team, or you specifically?
Of course, we're gonna watch replays, find a new spot for us, extended spot for us for sure, because we had problems in Erangel with it, and just play more in that game to stay in a good shape. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Sounds like training is on the docket. Do you have anything you want to say to anybody watching out there, or any of the other teams, or maybe tell someone to leave a drop spot so that you can have it next time?
Yeah, shout out to DA who were trying to hot drop us in the first game. They dropped Impala. Shout outs to our fans, family, and guys who are cheering for us. And thank you guys for the interview. I'm so happy that we made it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'll let you go back to
Русские вперед.
I don't know
Nice.
what that meant, but I liked it. All right, go back. Have fun with the team. Thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us, Wanderer.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Say hi to the guys.
Thank you, and congrats.
Not only did they qualify, but they pulled ahead of Pink Pony, so they ended up in 15th place. I do want to give a shout out to Pink Pony, a team that, I've seen. I know Vampire Game's been around, but a lot of their roster is relatively unknown by much of the community, and to see them qualify for the finals is actually pretty exciting for me, Martin.
Yeah, for me too. I could be worried on their behalf if they have the same kind of same performance going into the grand finals here. They will have a rough grand finals. They will need to step up their game a little bit to kind of contest for the top 8 if that is their goal, of course.
It's putting up some stats there to show exactly what they're dealing with. They finished in 16th. They got 69 kills and only 1,500 damage throughout the entire process. So there is, Froz, a lot of growing for them to do. And it's time, I think, for them to fire up that chainsaw and really get to work.
Yeah, definitely. What I like with this team is they like to play some more not so normal spots. They like to take more of a secondary spot where we see many other top teams play, and from that they can actually make it work. I really like that, not going with the meta but going another way and trying to make it work.
A group stage top killers, Fex coming out on top with 45, Alou right behind with 42. Funny, interesting to me, Martin, Fex was actually kind of having a good time the last day or two, trying out new guns. I think we even saw him go for a red dot pistol kill at one point, and he still comes out on top of the kill charts.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just dapping at everybody else, right? And he's even second on damage as well. Like, this guy he came somewhat late into the very highest levels of kind of tournament play, but he's definitely one of the guys with standout performances here. And I gotta say, the Welsh Dragon, like he's really been stepping up his game, and even with playing, with SMGs and trying to give the other guys a chance at and getting at him and trying to beat his kill score, they were not even close. Running around with the SMGs and everything for the kind of last day here, and also a little bit yesterday or the day before at least, when they were playing. So good to see him above 8,000. Also Diggory very improved, like a very improved kind of Diggery seeing here, a finished machine. I was asking him in a tournament play how much it would cost for him to kind of shave off half of his beard, and I don't think he made it. But no, nice to see him there up in the top damage dealt. 32 kills as well.
Froz, Code Marco was in third place there. Pretty excited to see him, the newest addition to DA, really coming through, showing up, had a big impact on the team, as you'll be able to see when we get to the rankings. Digital Athletics, 30 points today, but third overall. They've been very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And it feels like Code Marco is a really good fit for the team. They're playing so well together. And he's kind of what they were lacking, just another heavy fragger that they could utilize and make sure to take a lot of control. And you can see how they're not afraid to take any fights. They always go for them, and Code Marco is such a good addition to actually just continue that kind of playstyle. They don't really need to change anything, but being able to be comfortable this quick into a team and just like starting to frag out, it's amazing to see every time.
Very, very cool to see. Team Liquid coming in 5th place for the daily score. Let's look at the overall and how it finished. Na'Vi is your champions of the PCS3 group stage with 241 points. A ludicrous lead over number 2 at 203. It's going to keep sliding on down that line. We'll stop for a second to take a look at Win Streak at 15, who had a huge climb today. They moved up 6 spots to get into the grand final. Raise Your Ed slides out by 1 spot. And of course, Apex has a very tough day and cannot close the gap. But everyone whose names you see from 16 on up will be returning for the grand finals. Martin, looking at this leaderboard, is there any big surprises for you? Someone you thought should have been there?
I'm surprised that Pink Pony is in. Big congratulations to them, of course. And an upset, I would say, it could be, for me personally, Ratio Edge, Istanbul Wildcats, and Apex is definitely teams that I, at least 1 or 2 of them, I expected to be in. And with this lobby here. But the other team has really been performing quite well. I am so surprised and so stunned by the performance of Na'Vi, putting 38 points on top of 2nd place. Our top 3 is also kind of surprising to me, but we'll see. Like, for me, honestly, it could be there could be something about you don't want to be performing too well in group stages, because then you're not able to replicate that in the grand finals. But we'll see. I'm not sure if that's the truth or not. Also happy to see Liquid kind of push themselves into the top 10. I think they're saving some energy for the grand finals as well.
Froz, you've coached teams at a pretty high level before. We have a bit of a break before we go to the grand finals. Give me your take from a coach's perspective of what these teams need to do or how to go about preparing themselves for that $200,000 big show coming up around the corner.
I mean, a lot of people think that studying in VODs and trying to break down what all the other teams are doing is the only thing you do. But a lot comes down to working as a team, your team mentality, teamwork, all that kind of stuff is almost more important, because you can always steer what your team is going to do, but you can't control what other teams are doing. So focusing on yourself is the first step of winning, and knowing, hey, did I do something wrong here? Should I have maybe not pushed that far? That kind of small stuff is something you need to break down and make sure that you have it in your thoughts all the time. You can't overstep that kind of stuff. And that is going to be the first step for the teams to actually realize. And of course, studying the other teams, that is the secondary thing. You want to know how they rotate, where they play from, where they drop. But all that kind of stuff can also change very quickly, especially with time here between the group stage and the final stage. There's a high chance we'll see a lot of these teams trying to change this up a little bit. And you're not going to be able to catch that until we start maybe. And by then, it might be too late because you already studied something that is not any longer active. It's false information. So working on yourself and your team, that is the first step.
A lot like life. Work on yourself first and the rest will follow. Martin, any final thoughts before we close out the group stages?
No, mostly congratulations to the teams qualified, of course. The top 16, we're going to have an amazing grand finals, but also Thank you to Toby and Hypak for closing this one out. Also, a big thank you to the observation team. PUBG Esports is probably one of the hardest esports to kind of catch so many moments. We have 64 players. We have free fly cams and everything. And it has truly been one of the best observing experiences I've watched. And I've watched pretty much all of the tournaments available. And to be honest, it's really been, to be able to call for a shot and all this happening, and we're getting a replay within 20 to 30 seconds is just amazing. So thank you so much to the observing team, and a big shout out to those guys, Anchor and the boys.
Couldn't agree more. Patrick, final thoughts?
I can't agree more with what Avenger said. The Observer has just been on point with all that kind of stuff. But I also want to give a big shout out to all the teams that has been playing here in the group stage. All the qualified teams, but also the teams that didn't qualify. There's always another chance, and I mean, they played out of their hearts. Some of the teams have way less experience coming in here, but now they got more experience to work with for the next time. I hope that we see more of these teams that qualified, that didn't qualify for the finals next time in the group stage.
Congratulations to Navi and everyone else who qualified. We were glad that you guys were here. This is the end. There's North American PUBG coming up in just a couple of hours as they finish their group stages. And of course, the PCS3 Grand Finals is just around the river bend. It has been an excellent weekend. I appreciate you having me. It was fun spending time with you guys. But to all of you, on behalf of myself, Avenger, Froz, Hypak, Toby, Sims, and everyone else on the production team, thank you for watching. And just a reminder, we have a special unlock for you. A new character joins the casting test in the next round. We'll see you soon. And until then, play more PUBG.